Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. I will go ahead and call our meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and the time is 5:01, and we are going to start the Monroe County Council meeting. Literally here, all of us are here in the room, so yay, go team. And we got a lot to cover on our agenda, so we will go ahead and get started. But first, before we do all of that, all those that are able to stand, please stand for the reciting of our Pledge of Allegiance. Oops.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Next up is the item number 3, which is the adoption of tonight's agenda. Does anybody wish to make any amendments to it? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Madam President, I have 2 amendments. First, we have a request from the Commissioner's Office to table items 8J and 8K. I move that we table item 8J, a de-appropriation and cable franchise, and item 8K, a fund-to-fund transfer, to the August 11th council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second on that. Any discussion on that? Great. Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Well, we need to, do you want me to do my others, or?
Well, we had a motion and a second, so we can vote on that, and
Okay.
then we can just run down the whole gamut of all the other changes. Okay, so all those in favor of tabling those items from the Commissioner's office to the August 11th meeting, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. All right. Next, yes, Councilor Iverson.
My last change, Council, would be to add item 9C, a brief discussion pertaining to notice related to the adjustment of the special purpose tax.
Second.
We got a motion and a second, and then did I see somebody else's? Yes, Councilor Decker.
Madam President, I move to amend the agenda to add item 9D, a discussion regarding LATCF funding and consideration of the Streets to Stability Program.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to add the items 9C, the special purpose tax change information, and then to add items 9D to discuss the LATCF. LATCF. Oh, it sounds like I'm saying a bad word. Okay, so that's cool. All right, any other changes to tonight's agenda? Any other discussions on those? All right, and seeing none, all those in favor of amending the agenda as presented, again, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Next up is item 4, and this is to hear from our public. So these are for items that are not on tonight's agenda, and so if you are here in the Nat U Hill room, which is, there are a lot of people here, and we'd like to see that, you can go ahead and sign in with the sign-in sheet. You'll have up to 3 minutes. The monitors will let you know your 3-minute time frame. And of course, you'll need to state your name for the record. And then if you are virtually via Teams and you would like to make public comment on tonight's, for items not on tonight's agenda, you can raise your hand via Teams. So while we look via Teams first, we'll go ahead and hear, and I know this face, so state your name for the record and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Ari Bennett, I'm Operations Director with Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County. This message is for the council, but also all Monroe County officials who may be present or listening today. Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County and Osage Place neighborhood homeowners continue to experience challenges with encampments in the Thompson property that is just north of Osage Place. We believe that there may be a plan to help the people in the encampments find better housing options, and we would appreciate hearing about the status of a plan. We recognize that this is a difficult situation to navigate. We do not agree with the policy of the state law that criminalizes homelessness. It is cruel and counterproductive. Yet we are sympathetic to our homeowners, volunteers, and staff who feel fear and discomfort in certain interactions. I'm going to share some common situations that our homeowners, our employees, and our volunteers experience just to give that lived experience. People who are going to our homeowners' front porches to use hose bibs to obtain water. People scouting for food and water from construction site hospitality. Groups of dogs roaming the neighborhood, sometimes exhibiting aggressive behaviors, including growling, barking, and running towards children. Cars the Thompson Street, or the Thompson property using Bernard Drive, and that is a stub street that ends at the Thompson property. Habitat has not been able to stabilize the soil in this area, and we've gotten notices of violation from the City of Bloomington Utilities for erosion and runoff when it rains. Car break-ins, stolen bikes, stolen Habitat property, including wheelbarrows, plywood, tarps, and tools. General concern and discomfort about safety, especially for children. General noise, including frequent yelling and screaming coming from the encampment areas. Our neighbors are unsure whether there are crimes being committed when that happens and whether they should be reporting them. And we have had Habitat partner families who have refused lot offers to move into Osage Place because of concern for safety of their families. Many of these incidents are reported to law enforcement, either by the homeowners who are experiencing them or sometimes when Habitat does directly, either by calling 911 or calling the City of Bloomington's non-emergency line. Without a solution to find better housing situation, these incidents will continue. We appreciate your attention, and we would appreciate any information that you can share with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Good evening. I want to start off by acknowledging that Julie Thomas is online, and I would thank her for that. And I'll also start off by thanking her for responding to my email. But my comments tonight are about my continued concern for the lack of a jail and the recent actions and some lack thereof by the Board of Commissioners. So first, I want to talk about a somewhat sensitive topic. That being Commissioner Jones. We don't know where you are. I'll state for the record, I live in District 1, and on all of these jail votes, I'm not being represented at all. And thus, I'm thankful that Julie Thomas does, respond to my emails. But it's very concerning. I recognize your health concern, but when you told Dave on October 3rd that you'd attend at least 3 monthly meetings, and you haven't done that. I just don't know how that's right to your constituents when you don't show up to meetings. And I sympathize with your diagnosis. My grandfather has cancer for the 3rd time and is almost 80. But I just don't think it's responsible when my tax dollars are continually going to you, but you're not representing me most of the time. I will credit the attendance that you have there, but I just don't think it's fair to your constituents that I haven't been hardly represented at all, but yet my tax dollars have gone to you. And secondly, I'll go on to some of my continued comments about Commissioner Thomas. I did respond to your email, but I just think if you have been in county government since 2008, it's now 2026, that is the time of a legal adult, and if you haven't been able to solve the problem, especially when we know that the ACLU has gotten more concerned about us after COVID, I just think you should resign. You said on May 29th, after the council voted no a second time, you would not speak publicly about it. You then privately make a design on June 3rd that you then later present to the city council last week. I just don't understand how that's collaborative at all. And then the one time that you say you host these public forums, but the one time you did was June 25th at the Rotary Club. That was not a public event and that I was not at. And the only example you gave in your email was about the fire district. When if the jail is I would argue, the most concerning issue in this last year, I don't know why you haven't had any public forums. Well, actually, I know the reason you haven't had any public forums is we would show up and I just don't think the general public wants this. I mean, I'm happy to know that you're now considering the other sites because I don't think North Park is it, but I'm just, really concerned. I just think we need to move the power lines now. At this point, I don't think, if we can't really do anything with the Thompson site because of that. So I just think whether that starts with the commissioners or the council, we should start with that, whether we do housing or a jail or anything with the Thompson site because those power lines are super limiting. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, Caden Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody that is online via Teams that would like to make public comment? You can raise your hand. See anybody there? And then last call for anybody here for public comment? All right, seeing none, we appreciate those for public comment for tonight. Next up is item 5, which are department updates. And so these are for items that are not also on the agenda. Each department will have up to 10 minutes to give your update to us, and we ask that you use your time wisely. So is there anybody here that would like to make an update on items not on the agenda or via Teams that, yeah.
Good evening, council colleagues. So I would like to come before you regarding our 144 letter. So as required by law, the auditor's office has presented the 2027 Form 144S, a budget estimate of proposed salaries and wages to the Board of Commissioners. So our role in this process is to provide a recommendation to the Monroe County Council for consideration prior to setting the salaries and budget for 2027. We appreciate the council's commitment to ensure that all Monroe County employees are paid equitably and adequately, reflecting the current local employment market and the local cost of living. We also understand the fiscal pressures that county government faces. The state budget agency issued a growth quotient, a 6-year increase in non-farm income of 6%. While not all county employee wages are derived from property tax revenue, the GQ represents an increase in tax revenue for the county. We recommend a salary increase of 6% for Monroe County employees. The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, increased 5% in the Midwest from May 2025 to May 2026, which demonstrates the impact of inflation on employees' paychecks. In sum, we recommend that the council provide an increase for all employees except those who have statutorily mandated salaries of 6%. We ask the council to ensure relevant salaries for employees who hold similar positions at the City of Bloomington and Monroe County are equitable, and we recommend that the council continue to work towards pay equity and ensure all full-time county employees earn a living wage. We're proud every day of Monroe County employees and the work they do for our community. As our colleagues on the county council know, ensuring adequate pay and keeping up with the cost of living will have an impact on our ability to retain an excellent workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Commissioner Madeira on a presentation? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes. Have you or your staff reviewed our projected revenue for all funds, not just the frozen property tax levy funds? Because that we have employees throughout all the different funds. And so I think it's I hate to say irresponsible, but there it is. If you haven't studied the finances, then I think it's disrespectful to the council to suggest 6%. I think last year that was the suggested 8%. And we're sitting here knowing that when our financial advisor came to us, and first of all said 2%, and then during that meeting, he got an update that made the 2% not even possible. So I think we ought to have stronger reliance on the financial expert. And I just would like for the county commissioners to also rely on a financial expert, as we do. And I'm not expecting you to know, but you pay people to know. So I just would hate for the people, the employees of this county to think, well, the commissioners want to give us 6 or 8 or whatever, and then we have to say there's not enough money for that. And so I just would like for us to be better colleagues, better working partners in all that we do for county government, including its employees.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Willis.
I've been on this council for a number of years now, and every year we receive the same letter with a recommended cost of living increase for employees. And I remember when I first started, it seemed like a more reasonable percentage and one more in line with what we could do. 3% was the norm being recommended, and it's increased a lot. And while I don't find it disrespectful, I know it's part of the process, I do feel obligated to point out that we do have a lot of other things to take into consideration besides the factors that you listed. And as I feel compelled to say every year, no one wants more to give a hearty raise to our employees than we do. I think we would all vote in favor of an extraordinary raise because we know how hard things are out there, so to speak. But I do want to acknowledge that Councilor Hawk is absolutely correct on the facts, and it's going to be really difficult to even come close, I think, this year. So
I'll go Councilor Henry and then Iverson.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Commissioner Madeira, for reading into our record the letter we received. I echo the sentiments of my two colleagues on the left and right here. And that's literal, not been both, I guess, right? Anyway, it's interesting. I've been doing a bit of a deep dive on these constitutional and statutory roles we hold, and I wonder about this letter, if it's some sort of leftover from 100 years ago, that when the commissioners used to decide all of it on your side of the table and there was no such thing as a council, how we have a letter suggesting a salary increase, but it's on us to go find it. It's an interesting parlor game we're doing here, but where I want to take it into the 21st century anyway is where I think Councilor Wills was going with the idea of total compensation. We look at things like the self-insurance in the county and the escalating costs and our inability really to really ratchet that down the past few cycles. It's really incumbent on the Commissioner's office to understand the budget for the whole 12 months of what that insurance increase is. It is the total compensation of our employees in the county. And so that's something we absolutely have to get a hold of as our tax base changes. The MLGQ, for this year is interestingly generous, but we know that there's a lot of changes coming in tax code. One of which, of course, is what we do with the funds we currently have, like the edit, that we need to put to work and fully expend to make sure we're able to offer that total compensation to our employees. So I hope that when we get into budget time, we are having a lot of communication about the many ways we can put the edit to work to add to, if we can't do a robust COLA, how we are adding to the total compensation of our employees. Lastly, I'd add to that pile things like telework, which is a little disjointed. I understand that there are some county employees that are able to do some work from home even on cycle with filing WOW right now, which is interesting. But as we have a closed facility right now, just making sure that we have options available to keep our employees working here, even if the compensation is not in the market compared to other counties. But thank you for coming in on that. But we're clearly getting into budget season. It's on our minds. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Commissioner Mandira, for being here and reading the letter that we receive every year. I wanted to remind the public that many of the topics that have been discussed in this departmental update were discussed on the June 30th Long-Term Finance Committee meeting. That is recorded for perpetuity and for you to go back and review. That's where we went into detail on a lot of the topics that we discuss in budget seasons every single year. And of course, Commissioner Madeira, this is not directed at you, but rather the public. I will also remind folks that on September the 2nd, which is about a month away, we are going to be starting our budgets. So the first budget hearing is about a month away. So if folks want to take it to heed what my colleagues are saying, I would certainly encourage all of you to go back and review that June 30th Long-Term Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
Anybody else with any questions or comments for Commissioner Mandira? Yeah.
I don't have a question. Thank you for being here, Commissioner, and reading the letter. My colleagues have expressed some strong thoughts on where this is in the process. Here's one thing I don't want to get lost in kind of the shuffle of the budget is that for county employees who watch these discussions exceedingly intently, this council is grateful for your service and your work. And part of that is a record of pouring through this budget to figure out what COLAs or adjustments, or in certain years in the past, we had to do retention bonuses and training, all sorts of things that we've had to do over a number of years. Some of us have done this a number of years, but that effort is to speak to county employees about where it matters, what they take home in the best way that we can. Department heads, elected officials join us in the effort to do that. This budget will be no different than that process. It's a bigger discussion. On the same side, I would say if I remember the public in watching, it would be hard to watch this discussion and not think about the several different calamities that the county is facing right now. We have buildings that are not functioning. We have need of new facilities we can't agree upon. And it's like we're walking into quicksand while dodging pies that are being thrown at each other. That too is part of our discussion. And I think that discussion is done best when everybody remains at every table talking openly and accurately about all those things. And that's what I'm going to be doing in the next few months alongside these colleagues, that colleague, and a few other colleagues along the way. And I think that's the order of the day. But in that wash, I don't want it to get our problems, our mistakes. I don't want it to get lost that we are grateful to the folks that make things happen. And we have to think about all the conditions in which they make it happen.
Yes, Councilor Fido.
So I come from the labor representation field, as many of you know, and I can't help but wonder if we might want to think about doing a survey of our employees. I mean, I know that when I represented folks earlier in my career, that you'd be surprised what it is they really wanted, and it wasn't always money. And so I don't know if that is something that's possible to do for the workers here, but I would certainly like to explore that avenue.
I'll say much what everybody is saying. We are upon the most wonderful time of the year, and it's a lot to take into consideration. While I have you, Commissioner Thomas, I do want to. Okay. I just wanted to ask a question because I like watching Cats TV and I like watching government. And I noticed last week that you and Commissioner Thomas went to the City Council to present Hopewell as a possible jail site. I was a little bit surprised on that, but I guess out of curiosity, I just wanted to ask while you're here, has anybody from City Council rather, what feedback have y'all received from that presentation?
I would say that the feedback has been, in some ways, mixed. We've had one city council member reach out with useful feedback, and one reach out with primarily negative feedback. And then the rest have been silent.
Have you all talked with Mayor Carrie Thompson about your proposal?
Actually, the mayor has invited us to try to schedule a meeting, and we are in the process of doing so.
Okay. I was curious because I think, I know I heard from some county or from some colleagues in the city, and they were just as surprised as I was in watching that. So I just wanted to ask while we had you. So I guess stay tuned. Okay. All right. Anything else for the good of the order for Commissioner Thomas that anybody, or sorry, well, Commissioner Thomas is online, but Commissioner Madeira? None. All right. We'll let you get to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last call for any other department updates for items not on tonight's agenda. Seeing none, we will proceed. We don't have anything for consent agenda items this evening, so we will go into our conversations that we will have for the hiring freeze review. And up first is the clerk's office.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the clerk's office request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1215-0062, Election Fund, Election Board, one part-time voter registration clerk position.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we are joined by the Chief Deputy Clerk, Tanner Branham. Hello.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. So I hope this is quick and easy. So this is a request to fill a vacant part-time voter registration position. This was previously approved to be filled by you earlier this year in April, I think it was. We posted the position. We accepted resumes. We did interviews. We found a great candidate. We hired him. He worked for one day and then unfortunately had a family health emergency, and he just felt that he wouldn't be able to fulfill the duties of the role. So he resigned, and the position is now vacant, and we're now requesting to fill it once again.
Very much for that. Any questions on this item? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, in a related incident, I think some of us were informed that the voter registration office was closed, and many wondered, did they really think that because the Justice Building was closed, that the Showers Building people didn't have to go to work? And before I would suggest we spend one more penny, we find out who gave them the permission to stay home. I'm not faulting the employees because I'm sure they did what they were told, but who told them that? And yes, it's a budgetary question because we're being asked to fill a slot plus money out of that election fund, and that's where these folks were getting paid from, I would believe, from the election fund. So do you have an answer as to who gave them the order to stay home?
Yes, so that was Clerk Nicole Brown decided to close, and that was because we had a few voter registration people who were going to be out on vacation anyway this week, and then I wouldn't, so we just decided to go ahead and close with the Justice Building being closed, and we wouldn't have any employees who would be able to potentially help out any issues that would arise down in Election Central because they wouldn't be in. So,
well, certainly there were folks there that could have made up whatever shortfall, but what that is simply a use of county taxpayers that just went out the window, and it's not acceptable. And remember that Showers Building has a lot of county employees working there, and many of them noticed, oh, we had this group who was taking a day off and getting paid. And so did they go back to work today?
there were one employee did go back today, so if I remember correctly, but the office itself was not open.
Just not acceptable. I understand you didn't make that choice. If it had been you, I was going to be very unhappy with you. It was a very poor choice and disrespectful of the people who pay the bills around here, and that's the people of this county.
Thank you, Councilor Hawk, for bringing that to our attention. Councilor Iverson.
I want to say that as one of your liaisons, I was disappointed to hear that this position, the person filling this position, only lasted 1 day, and I think this position is vitally important given the fact that where the workforce is right now. So we approved this the last time, and I'm looking forward to approve it again.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we were very disappointed. We were very excited to have this candidate on board. He was, highly qualified, and it was just very unfortunate, So it is what it is.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilor Decker.
I have one question. So much of what this division of your office does comes down to making sure that any voter, when they go in, they're guaranteed the administration of elections has a Democrat or Republican involved in that. Does filling this assist you all with doing that?
Yes, this would be a Republican position, which we do need to fill in the office to ensure that we have an equal balance.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor Fido.
So the fact that employees were told to not work whenever, where does the money come from? Do they have to take their time off, or how is this happening that they get paid?
I believe it will be an emergency closure in sheet.
So that means, go ahead.
For clarity, if the employees had already scheduled vacation times, they will not receive emergency time.
So how many employees are we talking about that are being paid on emergency?
Let's see, it would be one full-time employee and one part-time employee.
For how many days?
For 3 days.
Okay, Ms. Turner King, I'm gonna look to you and ask a question. I know we are all in here, so I since it was brought up and it, how is that possible? That is something like that could happen, in which a building that's not even affected by what is happening in the Zitlow Justice Building be able to do something like that? Because, I mean, essentially, we're saying that they've been affected, and that's not true.
I don't have an answer right off the top of my head, but I'm happy to research it and talk with the Board of Commissioners to figure out how that happened.
Okay.
I know that the commissioners work with the Board of Judges in these closures, and so I don't know how other elected officials play into that calculation.
Thank you. I think I saw Councilor Wilt's hand go up, and then I'll go to Councilor Decker.
I was literally asking the same thing. So I think if we could get more information, that'd be great.
Oh, okay. I'm glad somebody else also thinking that too. Okay, Councilor Decker.
My question would be this. I know that we have all separate elected officials, which is the root of sometimes a lot of our headaches that we have, right? But we have, even with separate elected officials, I would be very curious, and maybe this is something that legal could look at and maybe advise us on. Can our commissioners not adopt an ordinance that says the hours of our buildings are open and to the public? I give you a wild scenario. I'll pick on the recorder's office because Amy Swain's the best in the world, but you get a wild recorder elected, not named Amy Swain, we'll say that. And they just say, January 1st, I took an oath, and I'm never gonna turn that lock and that key again to open that door, employees or not employees. Isn't there a requirement legally that a door open to an office? And if not, can we make one? And I'm not asking you to answer all that, but surely to God, there is a way to make sure that our services are open to the people beyond this kind of scenario here. So that's probably more homework than that.
I'm not sure I want a response, but I will look into it.
Councilor Henry, and then Hawk next.
Thanks. I'm trying to find a way to tie the ends together here. Because so do you know what your average voter registration's been looking like lately per day? Like how many people are coming in or to register?
I do not know. I mean, most of the people who are coming into the office are candidates and candidate staff who are coming in for those kind of reasons, filing reasons. We don't have a lot of people coming in to register in the office. We'll get voter registration forms delivered to us and to process.
I know we got a wild hair here, but
Yeah.
I feel like I got to chime in. So I think the answer, maybe Councilor Deckard, is looking at a COOP. It's a continuity of operations, or COOP for the county. Because you could go the other direction and say we have another clerk facility that we could have had people working at the Showers building. Instead of closing both, you could have moved not like whatever was not courthouse related or not essential to those computers. That's not you as the chief deputy, but in a way it is to dust off some of the county's continuity of operations plans that probably haven't been looked at since I wrote them 20 years ago with contractors here. But it's some of it. I mean, like how do you keep things open if we have to close and do other services elsewhere? And I tie it back to, I mean, if right now we're kind of in maintenance mode between elections, there's not like, a line out the door of voter registration or people dropping forms. I mean, we obviously weren't offering that service for a few days. I think that's probably where some of the heartburn is up here, but just thanks.
Councilor Hogg.
Yes, just as a heads up, and I don't know who's on vacation, but I think what you're going to find is if they get back from vacation, they took a part of their vacation day to be gone, and another person got paid emergency pay, and they didn't have to take a part of their vacation day. I mean, I'm just saying there's situations where you have to look at the big picture, and it's just regrettable that this happened. And I'm not faulting the employees because they do as instructed.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we will move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or make an appearance here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry? Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
Thank you very much, Council.
All right, next up is item B from courts.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the court's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0225 County General Courts, one full-time case management coordinator position.
Second.
Good evening.
Hello, we are joined by a good old crew.
Yes. I first want to start off by introducing our Deputy Court Administrator. This is Shannon Guidry.
Hi.
So she
Nice to
has
meet you
joined
all.
us. She was the previous case management coordinator, so we're trying to fill that position. So the courts are requesting to approve to fill the vacant case management coordinator's position. This position performs critical administrative and case management functions that support court administration and ensures the efficient operation of the courts. Primary responsibilities include analyzing, evaluating, and reporting statistical court data to the Indiana Supreme Court, compiling and distributing daily arrest lists and defendants in custody reports to appropriate parties, and ensuring compliance with the state criminal statute and reporting requirements. The position also coordinates court-ordered mental health evaluations by communicating with psychiatrists and psychologists, scheduling appointments, monitoring the timely receipt of evaluation reports, and distributing reports to the appropriate parties. In addition, this position prepares and maintains documentation necessary for invoice processing and payment and performs other daily administrative duties essential to the effective operations of court administration.
I was going to look to Judge Dekoff here and see if you had anything to add to this as well.
No, as usual, Jamie has done a very succinct and thorough job of explaining it to you. So I'm here basically if you have any questions that I can't answer, but.
Thank you very much for that. All right, and look into council to see if anybody has any questions on this item. Yes, Councilor Willis.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say that the liaisons to the courts met with these three wonderful people last week and talked over this and a number of other issues around their budget and their staffing. And they've done a really nice job laying everything out. I hope everyone's looked through the packet because the extra information provided, I think, makes a little bit of a case.
Yes, Council Ogg.
Yes, and not just this position, but other positions that are being requested this evening. We've seen this happen every year, where different departments are coming before we get into budget hearings and ask to have slots filled when we've asked them to hold back for a while. And it seems to me that if we're going to be fair to all departments, we don't start filling these slots until we've gone through the budget session, then we decide which positions are the most needed for whatever dollars we have to work with. Because if we indeed move forward with some select favored departments, then what do you know about the other departments who are waiting? And so this is really, when you're in a situation where we were in more than $5 million deficit for this year, and we were told to watch what we were doing and not to fill slots, that we would at least wait until all the budgets are turned in, see what the total requests are, look at the total revenue report from the auditor's office, and see what money we have to work with. Because otherwise, we will be moving forward with some departments and then tell everybody else, cut. So I think it's a matter of fairness to everyone to wait for budget.
Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Well, I'm guessing that the budget isn't part of our packet, but I mentioned that we reviewed their preliminary budget for next year as part of this meeting. And I'm not trying to play favorites, but I do feel like it's relevant that that was a big part of the discussion and where they've been able to hold back on some things and not fill versus pushing some things forward because of a need. And I'm not going to make your own case for you at all, but I just wanted to point to the fact that they've been very communicative and provided information, specifically when they first submitted the request. And my response was, I think you need to make more, provide more information so that council can think about this from a broader perspective.
We have 4 positions that we will not be filling next year. So even with that fiscal impact, combined of those 4 positions is $281,050.
And to Councilor Wiltz's point, though, I will also say, you all have been one of the very few departments that have been very willing to, work and not fill things. And one of the first ones that took a full-time and switched it to part-time as well. So, I mean, to be fair, you all are doing that with us in light of all the other things. And I wish other departments would take a note out of y'all's book. But I think there has been a little bit of a give between y'all, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact, in the packet that I had a lot more in depth because, I was looking forward for that. So I appreciate that. Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. I would just add, just because it came up, I appreciate the budget preview just there. I think that helps to very rough order of magnitude, balance numbers in my head as I'm looking at position X, but 200,000 off to the side Y. So I just appreciate that preview of what's to come there and what will look like a reduced budget on some of those account lines. So thank you.
Anybody else would have any? All right. Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Fidel?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
No.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Henry?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
Great, thank you. Next up is item C, also still with the courts.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the court's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0225, County General Courts, 1 full-time court bailiff position.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. And what would you all like to add to this item?
Yeah, so we have a bailiff that's going to be retiring August 31st. So in anticipation for that, we're asking that this position be granted to Phil. And due to the retiring employee's payout obligation, the replacement bailiff will not even be able to begin until October the 2nd. But we want to start getting feelers out now.
Great. Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, of course, it continues to baffle me why this isn't under the Sheriff's Department, as I've said before. But indeed, because this has to do with the safety of the courts, I'll be supporting this because we have to provide safety to the courts. And so if somebody gets confused about why I say yes on some and no on others, there's the answer. Public safety will come first, for not just for our employees, but of course for the employees, but for all those who are attending in the court. You need competent bailiffs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Decker.
I had just a quick question. Is the bailiff under the courts because you have to be able to command them right quick?
We do. Yes.
Okay. Well, that speaks to that. So, and then the other thing, how many bailiffs do you have roughly?
We have 7.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
I want to take a point just real clear to commend you on the detail that Councilmember Wiltz just brought up. I love a good org chart, and there's not only an org chart for this year, but there's an organizational chart for next year included in our packet. And it looks like you paid really close detail to not only the salary changes from year to year, which I really appreciate that spreadsheet, but also lastly, the savings, which predominantly come from step increases.
Yes.
That's really good to see too. So thank you for including all that detail that Councilmember Wiltz referenced.
Seeing no other further questions or comments on this item from council, I'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment, raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the room. Now, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Hawk?
This is on the bailiff, yes.
Correct. Thank you. Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Henry?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Lytle?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Next up, item D.
Council, I'm going to be combining items D and E into one motion. I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the court's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0225 County General Courts, 1 full-time floating court reporter position, and simultaneously amend the 2026 salary ordinance to add new account line 14176 floating court reporter and remove account line 14167 associate court reporter.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Go ahead.
So we are requesting to have a vacant associate court reporter position filled and retitled to floating court reporter. And although the court will lose 1 court in 2027, the workload associated with that court will remain and will be redistributed among the existing courts. As a result, continued staffing support is necessary to maintain efficient court operations and timely case processing. The floating court reporter will provide flexible support across both criminal and our civil courts, assisting where needed to ensure continuity of services and adequate staff coverage. Duties will include monitoring and processing Odyssey, e-file daily queues to ensure timely case updates and workflow completion, processing and issuing orders through the Indiana Court Technology Extranet known as Insight, answering and directing incoming phone calls, and providing assistance to court users, the public, and other stakeholders. Additional responsibilities will include processing expungement cases, preparing and reviewing various reports, and performing the daily duties traditionally assigned to court reporters. The position will also provide courtroom and office support as operational needs require. This position as a floating court reporter is necessary to maintain operational efficiency, support timely case processing, and ensure adequate staffing coverage in both the courtroom and our court offices.
Thank Thank you for that explanation. I'll go Counselor Iverson and then Hawk.
I want to emphasize the second sentence you read, because I think that's really important. And you added more detail in the packet, in your narrative. And I just want to make sure that this number is correct, that the workload associated with the court that's being lost is currently 2,393 cases.
As of July 1st, yes, that was our pending caseload for a court that we're going to lose.
So the fact that Monroe County is losing a court, does that mean that any of those cases are going to go away?
No, they will not go away. They will
Excellent.
not follow that judge out of that justice building like little ducklings. They will be there. All 2,300, which is 6 months, which means we have 6 more months of filings in that court. And the other thing that I want to emphasize is this, is that with that comes changing numbers, changing data, doing input. The Supreme Court requires a great deal of us in terms of that. So it is not just, here is a court, here is now another court. It involves a great amount of work. And so it is necessary that we have the ability to do that, because those cases, as of right now, are 2,300. By the end of the year, that will be more than that. So that's our concern. And I will also say to you that losing that court is also new to the Supreme Court. This is the first time that they are experiencing this as well, that we have got to absorb what is left of what we are doing. So it's going to be a tremendous amount of work.
Court administration has been working alongside the Supreme Court as well as trial court technology to ensure a smooth transition come January 1st.
Well, thank you
Not
for
easy.
extrapolating. I think it's vitally important that that gets out to the public.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes, there's so much that questions that could be asked, but one I will ask of the auditor. When we were being presented the numbers from our financial advisors, I thought, and I'm not looking at it, but I was thinking that he included in the revenue and expense items that we would have a savings about $500,000. Is that right? About $500,000 because we would no longer have the additional, what was that number?
Goodness, I'll have to look into that. I can't think of the number off the top of my head, but I will get that for you.
Yeah, I do. I thought, I'm usually pretty good at numbers, but I don't have it memorized. I just thought that was quite a lot. And it probably included benefits and so forth. And we were advised early on that as we, if any position needed to be filled in the court that's going to be vacant, that we do it on a temporary basis so that it was not, the people who were hired would know it was a temporary position until the end of the year. Now I understand this is going to go through, you had 6 people going to say yes. I just think people need to know why I'm going to say no.
Counselor Wilkes.
So I do recall that our consultant did say we would have a cost savings from losing a court. I'm wondering, do you have numbers on that you could share? Because
I do. So with our proposed budget, even though we're going to be asking for some increases in certain line items, our overall cost saving is going to be $204,923. And I just want to point out, since 2025, between 2025, 26, and our proposed budget for 27, we will have reduced our budget by $468,559. Yeah, would like me to repeat that?
Can you say that slow? Yeah. Both numbers you had were really important, and I would love to hear them.
So with our proposed budget for 2027, including the positions we're asking for, and increases in certain line items, we will have still reduced our budget by $204,923. In 25, 26, and our proposed budget for 27, we will have reduced our budget by $468,559. Welcome.
Yes, Counselor Iverson.
And I do want to remind council that that is in the packet.
Correct.
In a spreadsheet, particularly as it pertains to this item, that's on page 30 of the packet that's available to the public. Those numbers you just read out.
Just to be fair, I do think it is worth following up on Counselor Hawk's question because I don't remember the number, but my thought was that it was closer to $250,000, not $500,000, and this is very close to that.
That's my recollection as well, but we'll follow up and
That
get
would be
those
great.
numbers.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other further questions or comments on this item, we'll move to public comment. You can raise your hand via Teams or you can come forward to the microphone in the room. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Cross? Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Can I take one more minute?
Yes.
I'd
Judge
like
Nika.
to, and I think this kind of goes to the discussion that happened previous to us. The justice now is closed. The courts are not. We are on minimalistic what we are doing, but for me to shut the courts, for the judges to shut the courts requires the special petition filed with the Indiana Supreme Court, who then has to grant us the permission to do so. To do that is involved, and so we try not to do it. But I also want to point out that on Friday afternoon when this took place, I have been around a long time. I have seen a lot of things. This was awful. There was water just by the gallon full, just spreading everywhere, and it was toilet water. I was there, they were there, there was others who were there, and we were trying our best. It was kind of like watching a Blob movie. And then Dave Gardner showed up and shut off the water. Had that not happened, he tells us that it would have just continued down offices to offices. Yesterday, there were these folks and other court reporters and other office staff and me and other judges who were in there taking everything off of bookshelves, desks, etc., because they are ripping out carpeting, they are ripping out baseboards, they are trying to put us back together. I tried to negotiate for Wednesday, they convinced me Thursday, so they are telling us that we will be able to have the courts operational. We will still have people in jury rooms, court personnel in jury rooms, in the court conference room, so that we can function and proceed. I was supposed to have a jury trial next week. I contacted the attorneys and told them that cannot happen because I don't have space right now to put them. We were concerned there was a health hazard, which was also addressed and is being addressed. So we are not closed because to close us requires the Indiana Supreme Court. But we are not fully operational because we cannot be. So the prosecutor is doing the probable causes from all this time. I'm the duty judge this week, so I have released people from jail. We are still doing that so that we can continue to function as best as we can. But I did want to commend Jama and Shannon and others in court services, and there was other court personnel, other court staff, other judges who we were there because the more quickly we could get our stuff done, then they could start being there. And they have been working on it and working diligently on it. We will not be, they're working on court services first because that is the one where contact is first with the public. But we fully anticipate that Thursday we will have the Justice Building open, but definitely we will be. But I would like to also point out that when this happens, we now have to play catch up because we have got to now redocket, redo, reinform so that we can keep those timelines where they're supposed to be. And by not shutting the court, those timelines continue, which is important to the people who have business with the courts. So I just wanted to point out that I know that it sounds like when people say, well, you know, you're getting paid because you're shut down, you're not doing anything, it's because we cannot fully operate because of the hindrance, basically, of what this was. But I wanted to mention the court personnel and people who, like you, want us to be, we don't like sitting idly by. Like this causes for us a lot more work and a lot more headache, and we don't like it either. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's a process, and it's a process again, and here we are still, but just so that you're aware.
If I can, Judge Dekoff, thank you very much for explaining that and bringing that to our attention and the public's attention as well. And I'm sorry that we're having to go through this all over again.
Wasn't your fault.
Since you mentioned like courts are on and people are calling and asking questions, and I've had people from the public ask questions, and my other job, we've gotten phone calls from people thinking that we are dealing with that. For folks, because I think I read in the Herald Times, like there's a number that people could call. Is there a certain number, if I am a person that has to be rescheduled and I'm concerned about, you know, a court date and things like that, who should they contact to get that information?
So right now, the extension that they've put out there is the 349-2615, but we don't have anybody able to get to that phone right now because it is completely blocked. Furniture and disarray, and there's folks that are in there working, and we've been asked to stay out of it. So.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
First of all, for you to know what my feelings on this, it's very small as compared to what you've been through. But when the sewer backed up at my house, it was the same kind of situation because it was all under the concrete, and they had to bust up the concrete, and it was everywhere, and everything had to be sanitized. There was nothing you could save. So what you're going to save of paperwork, I don't see how it could be. I'm just saying, what a horrible situation. Now, I'm probably not going to be everybody's favorite person when I say this, but this is going to happen again and again as long as the jail is above the courts or the offices, because we know this has happened in part before, maybe not this bad, but there are those who seem to want to clog up the toilet stools on purpose. I mean, they get bored, they've got to have something to do, I guess, but we don't know what goes downhill. And that came right down there. And it's a nasty, expensive situation. It's not fair to the public, and it certainly is not fair to the people who live there. And like I said, I didn't ask anybody if I could say this, I just said it. Because it's not right. And it cannot, when we get through with doing another jail, which we are going to do not put the courts or any offices below the jail. I mean, that's anybody who understands water goes downhill. Well, you know what went with this water? And it went right down their heads, and it's not right.
Yes, Ms.
I just want to state that the motion and everything that was voted on had a salary ordinance amendment, and because that has a salary ordinance amendment, it has to require a second reading. So this will be back on the agenda for 8/11.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just can't just vote just to avoid.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think Judge Dekoff, you might be sticking around for.
I am. What I'm going to do now is my probation chief and her deputy chief and his title is, they're going to sit up here, and I'm going to sit right behind them because they're, again, who have prepared all the paperwork for you, but I'm also here to answer any questions or to be available. Okay. So I'm going to let them all sit up here, and I'm just going to sit right back here.
Okay, thank you, Judge. All right, next up is item F from the Probation Department.
Council, I move to approve the Probation Department's request in Fund 9142-0000, Community Correction Grant, even, to create account line 17801, part-time.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we are joined by Ms. Linda Brady and her wonderful staff.
Thank you very much. Good evening. And on my left is Becca Storm. She's the Community Corrections Executive Director and Deputy Chief Probation Officer. On my right, Anthony Williams, another Deputy Chief Probation Officer. And they are our financial team, and they're just amazing, and I'm very grateful for both of them. So this request is, I hope, a quick one for you all. I came before you in March because we had probation officer assistants who run our day reporting and drug testing program. We were down to 2 probation officer assistants. At that time, you gave me permission to hire up to 4 part-timers, up to 56 hours per week. By the time we got them hired, the 2 probation officer assistants on staff resigned, so we were back to kind of being in the hole again. So because we didn't fill some of our community corrections field officer positions throughout 2026, there's extra money that won't be spent, and it's use or lose money. We'll either use it or have to give it back to the state. And Anthony has figured out that about $42,500 would go unspent in our community corrections grant. And we have received, Becca has received permission from the state, from the DOC, to be able to use that to fund probation officer assistance. So this request not only would save County General to the tune of $37,403, and that's an appropriation we already have for part-time, but also would reduce the money that we need from special purpose lit, public safety lit, and all department user fee funds for part-time staff. So it's basically a savings across every place we've got part-time staff. So the request is to create new community corrections grant line item for part-time, and permission from you all to fill up to 56 hours per week for up to 4 probation officer assistants.
Nope, this is just to add the new account line, sorry.
Oh, so we're separating the 2. Okay, new account line.
Anybody have any questions for Brady on this item? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Just real quick, Ms. Straight, thank you for getting all the documentation into the packet. That email exchange was pretty fun to read, so thank you for that.
Anybody else?
Yes, what other things could you do with this money? Could you perhaps put it into, we know where we've got the shortfall, and that's in providing insurance for employees. Is there a way that we can use that to help fill that gap between what is needed for the health insurance? Rather than, because it looks like what we're doing is allowing for positions to be filled with this, and when that money's gone, it's not going to be there the following year. This is money that's left over.
Well, I have to say that these positions are important, that we cannot continue to run our day reporting program and our drug testing program with only 4 probation officer assistants. Before the hiring freeze, we had 15 part-timers who ran those programs. So right now we're down to 4. So we just do not have enough staff. So as far as could we do that, we still need the staff. So regardless of whether the DOC would give us permission to do that, I don't know whether they would or they wouldn't, but we would still need staff to be paid someplace, which it's budgeted right now in County General. So, we could go ahead and spend the $37,000 plus that's already budgeted in County General, plus the money in public safety lit and elsewhere, if the DOC would allow us to do that. But again, we still need the staff.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments on this item, we'll go ahead and take public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
This is to add an account line. You can do a voice vote.
Okay. All those in favor of adding this account line signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign?
No.
Okay. And motion carries 6-1. All right, thank you. Next up is item G.
Council, I will be combining items G and H in one motion. I move to open for discussion and possible approval of probation's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire 4 full-time probation officer positions in Fund 1000-0226 County General Probation and 2 full-time probation officer positions in Fund 2504-0000 Court Alcohol and Drug User Fees as outlined on the agenda.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. What would you like to add to this item?
Okay, I'm confused because when are we going to talk about the probation officer assistants, filling them? I didn't see that on the agenda elsewhere, because that was a request.
Hold on.
No, what I have is the the probation that was just read in. I don't have anything with regards to the.
So, why don't we do this as
I
we're-
believe it got missed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So while we're looking at that, while staff is looking at that,
Okay.
why don't we just go ahead and do this?
Do this
and
other,
then we
okay,
can come
then we
back.
come back,
Yes.
circle back. Okay,
Uh-huh.
perfect, okay. Well, prior to the Monroe County hiring freeze, the probation department had 87 employees, with 71 full-time and 16 part-time. And as of today, we have 24 staff vacancies. That is a 28% vacancy rate overall and a 20% vacancy rate for full-time alone. And we have done a number of things to reassign duties and increase workload, decrease workload where it's publicly safe to do so. And this is something we talked about with our county council liaisons, and also Liz was able to join us for that meeting as well. We talked a lot about should we go back before the county council as these vacancies have occurred, and decided no, we would wait and just as you had asked us to, and see, can we reorganize the department? Are there duties that can be reorganized? And we worked with our presiding judge, Judge Dekoff, Judge Harvey, our juvenile judge, the Criminal Division Board of Judges, and we re-examined duties across all divisions and all units across the department. And we did make some operational changes to the department. But after months of trying to manage, we have hit a wall. We cannot go any further with this many staff vacancies. We believe we've exhausted all of our possible ways to reassign duties, and we have to function. We're public safety officers, and we have statutory duties. We have grant duties that we have to fulfill in order to get our grant monies. So the current request before you is to refill 6 of the 8 probation officer vacancies, so still keeping 2 vacant. 4 of the 5 PO vacancies that are paid out of county general, 2 that are paid out of Court Alcohol and Drug Program user fees, and then the savings, this would be a minimum return to county general of $222,173. And that's assuming a few things. You want to say what you assumed with your calculations?
Sure. The savings comes in assuming that if we hire these positions, if they start on September 6th, that takes into account that savings there looking, and in all likelihood, we won't have somebody start by that date, so that savings is going to increase along the way as well.
Right, and again, we know that from past experience, it takes a long time to fill any probation officer position. We've just gone through several rounds of hiring for a receptionist position, and it's just one of those things, when people are looking for a job, they're looking for a job, but it takes a while to get through the process, and sometimes people get another job in the middle of the process, or drop out, or start ghosting Becca. Becca does the hiring, and it does take a long time to hire. So we know that even if you say yes tonight to all of this, it's going to take time. He didn't want to overpromise, Anthony didn't want to overpromise, but to say minimum, the return to County General would be $222,173, likely to be much more than that. Also to let you know, we have already been advisors, at least 2 more probation officers who've let me know they're probably going to leave in August. So that's, yeah, but this is what we're asking for right now. I did want to point out a few things we're not asking for before we get into the ask. The juvenile probation officer that's been vacant since January, we're not requesting to refill that position. We have a problem-solving court program, our mental health court probation officer. She's very talented and got hired away by Centerstone, and we're not requesting to refill her position. The other problem-solving court probation officers have taken on the mental health duties with the mental health court. We had a part-time, very experienced probation officer assigned to adult intake unit. She was a 20-year probation officer. She did pre-sentence investigations and intake assessments. She left in January. We're not asking to refill it now nor for next year. And then here's the biggest, community corrections field officers. So I've been before you before to say community corrections field officers are very difficult to fill and keep filled. They don't require a degree, and it's a position that we tend to lose people to law enforcement. That's has happened many, many times. So this past year, there are 8 of those positions. 6 of the 8 have left the department. We're down to 2. And we have decided that we've reallocated some of their supervision duties to the probation officers. They are responsible for home detention and electronic monitoring, the community corrections probation officers. So they're doing the after-hours calls when, like the cut and run, if somebody violates home detention, electronic monitoring, they're the ones getting the alerts instead of just the field officers. And so we are going to we plan to continue with 2 field officers for the rest of this year and also for next year. We're just reorganizing our duties, and that's been with the help of our judges to agree to manage things in this way. So those are the things we're not asking for. And that's a lot, losing 6 full-time officer positions. Then the request is to refund 4 of the probation officers who are funded by County General and 2 that are funded by Court Alcohol and Drug Services Fund. And if you have any specific questions, I know I gave you a packet with a lot of information. Just be glad to answer any other questions.
Thank you. I'm sure we have some questions, and I'll ask. And so I know over the years, you and I, like when I was your liaison with the late and great Cheryl Munson, like you would always tell us about the kind of merry-go-round circles of, people leave, they come, they go, they leave. And in researching and looking at the packet for this evening, I guess to me, and you have over 40 years of experience with this, is this the worst that this has ever really been?
Oh, absolutely. This is a post-COVID world. Before COVID, it would be rare that we'd ever have 2 probation officer vacancies at the same time. Now, the community corrections field officers, that's a whole nother matter because that has been a difficult position to keep filled. But if we had 2 probation officer vacancies, that would be a lot. And ever since COVID, we've gone, I think we had once 3 weeks one time, In 3 months one time that we had a full staff. That's it. And so it is a new world we're living in. And so, yes, and if you go to any trainings that talk to you about the younger generation that's in the workforce, they have different values than I'm a boomer. And so we boomers tend to stay in our places of employment. I forget what these two are. They're much younger than me, obviously. But they do have different values in the workforce, and they're not as likely to stay in a job forever, like basically I have until retirement. So it is a different workforce that we're dealing with for sure. And in the post-COVID world, we've never had vacancies like this. I mean, ever. So we're not alone. I'm in contact with probation chiefs across the nation. I serve on the National Association of Probation Executives. So there's probation chiefs from all over the country on this committee. They're dealing with the same kind of things in every state. So we're not alone and we're not special. So
I appreciate that. My colleagues to see if anybody has any questions. Yes, Council Iverson.
I wanted to start this off by first, regardless of what people think about this request, it is clear that you bent over backwards trying to figure out a way to make this work. I think I've said it a lot of times before, I'm a sucker for a good organizational chart, and the organizational chart that you've provided really outlines just how many vacancies you have and where you have looked to strategically try and place this request. So first of all, thank you. It seems like you really do understand some of the fiscal situation that we discussed earlier this evening, that we just cannot fulfill every request. And so that being said, I'm really I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of this request, and the reason is that when we look around for evidence-based programming, you folks have been doing it, and quite frankly, when we're looking for folks to go into award-winning programs, these positions are going to be doing that work, and so I really am. I've been your liaison a couple of different times now in my tenure, and the vacancies, like President Crossley said, they just keep coming and coming. But I think it's important to keep these positions. I think it's important to provide these services to the community, and so that's why I'm in favor of this.
thank you. I'm glad based practices, because I've basically been kind of talking bean counting so far about how much it costs and that sort of thing. But you bring up the evidence-based practices. Not every probation department, certainly in the state or even across the nation, works on evidence-based programs, and which means recidivism reduction. That's proven methods to reduce recidivism, and that's something we're very committed to. And our evidence-based practices team, our continuous quality improvement team, we work really hard to do things with fidelity, and we can't just say we're doing it. We're judged by the Department of Correction, who gives us money. They come and evaluate us basically every 3 months now. They're making sure that we're moving towards becoming an evidence-based organization. That's a requirement of the grant. And Becca is the one who's taking the meetings with the Department of Correction, but sometimes they come on site, sometimes they do these meetings through Zoom, but they are watching us to make sure we are doing what we say we're doing.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, something that I wasn't aware until fairly recently, that in some other counties, I was given to understand most of the counties, the supervisors, maybe I'm using the wrong title, they also carry cases, and in our county, we do not assign cases to those folks. Can you tell me if we decided to assign cases and take some of the workload off of the other probation officers and assign those to the supervisors, would that not help out that stress level of our probation officers who might be leaving because they just can't take it anymore?
That's a good question, and our supervisors have actually asked if they can take on some caseload, and you're right, some counties the supervisors do, but every county is organized differently in this state, as you probably know, 92 counties do things 92 different ways. But some of the supervisors are ready to take on some supervision of some cases for sure. And that's something we're looking into. And yeah, so it's a good question. Thank you.
I would like to see that happen before we start filling slots, because how many supervisors do we have that right now are not carrying caseloads?
Well, it isn't really as simple as that, Marty, because they have to, they have to supervise their staff, which means they have to do annual evaluations, which is required by the probation rules. They have to train new staff. They actually have to watch their staff do their appointments and give them feedback and coach. Becca, if you want to pipe up for anything else, okay. So supervising seems like a generic thing. It's not. They're coaches, and they're coaching their staff, and we have so much turnover. If we didn't have all this turnover, they wouldn't have to spend quite as much time coaching and trying to get the people up to speed. But right now, we're just spinning, it's like, yeah, kind of drowning. But that's not going to be the answer, though, to give probation supervisors caseload. At some point, I had a caseload, and I'll tell you, I could not keep up with the casework and my supervisory duties. It was very, very difficult. So if we're going to do that, Marty, it's going to have to be a decision that's made by including our judges and all the supervisors, but it isn't going to be the answer to how many POs we need.
Okay, but my question was, back to the question, how many supervisors do you have?
Let's see, including them and myself, 12. Well, myself, and so there's 9 under us.
So if there was 9, would they, let's say if each took 3 cases, if you split it up somewhat, I'm not saying that they could handle the same amount that others could, because you still have to supervise. But just like in the auditor's office, they've got people who are supervising, but they still have another job to be doing. And I know that it's much different when we're talking about probation officers. I'm just trying to come up with a way that you can provide the same services and share the workload, because I think that you've got probation officers who feel that they cannot carry much more.
Well, that's absolutely true. That's why I'm before you, because they don't feel like they can carry much more, because we have 8 PO vacancies, at this point. So they're absolutely right. But how many cases to give to a supervisor? How do you measure that workload? I mean, it's a decision that needs to be made with our Board of Judges.
Before we move on, I think you all have continuously over the time here have made the case of what you all are trying to do. Try to relieve that and try to, ration out everything, and this is a possibility. Like you said, 92 counties and 92 different problems. So with that being said, any other further questions or comments for council on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. Still seeing none, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Fidel?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
No.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Henry?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
And Michelle, because there was some confusion about some of their items, is that something that I guess now we'll have to address at the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so as far as hiring the probation officer assistants, I need to come back?
Yes.
On the 11th. Okay, so we have the line item, then we'll come back to ask for permission to hire. And that'll work out just fine, because the POAs, or probation officer assistants, are usually IU students, and they'll be back, I guess, next month, so coming right up. So thank you very much, and so then that's all of it? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you next month. next up is item 8, which is council business, and that starts with the aviation department.
Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 4801-0000 Aviation Construction to create new account lines that are outlined on the agenda and approve additional appropriations of $1,000 in the supplies category, $1,000 in the services category, and $2,500 in the capital category for a total appropriation of $4,500.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I see that Mr. Laverty is online and he has his hand raised. You should be able to unmute and state your case. Yep, there we go. Hello, Mr. Laverty.
There we go. Good evening. Yeah, it wouldn't let me for a second. I think I had to be enabled, but here we are. Okay. Good evening. The airport's requesting the creation of a dedicated Airbnb-related receipt and expenditure lines within Fund 4801, our Aviation Construction Fund, so that all Airbnb revenue and expenses associated with the airport double-wide can be tracked separately and consistently in the ledger. The requested appropriation will allow current and future Airbnb-related expenses to be paid from the proper fund and account lines. This amount includes consideration of 2026 Airbnb-related expenditures that may need to be corrected into these lines from the beginning of the year through the current. And so again, the Aviation Construction Fund 4801 is separate from our levy fund, and it's funded by all, I'm sorry, I'm getting a really bad echo, but it's funded by, on airport generated revenue, which is part of what the Airbnb is part of. And historically, those revenues have been receipted. Historically, they've been receipted into the 1107 fund. So we're trying to separate all of that and kind of help us do some better accounting at the airport. We've been working with the auditor to kind of make this happen. She may want to add something to this, but this is all we're trying to do, and none of this touches any of our levy fund.
Thank you very much for that. And looking to council to see if anybody has any questions or comments on this item. Councilor Wiltz?
Yeah, and I apologize, I was out of the room at the beginning, so if this was already stated, I'm sorry. I did have a question that I was wondering about what is the revenue generally for the Airbnb? Do we already? Like how much?
I think annually we're averaging around $15,000 to $17,000 a year.
Okay, so, and revenue then will go into this new,
Yes.
these new lines?
Yeah, and then the expenses that we have to maintain the Airbnb will come out of that fund as well.
Okay, and you're going to go retroactive a little bit, I think, for 2026,
Yeah,
you said?
for 2026. Yes. Is everybody else getting that echo?
No,
Okay, just me. Okay.
but I do like your new goth look.
Yeah. You guys don't want to see the shade, the pale, the color that's going on here. You don't want that.
It's all good, thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, thank you for the Nick at Night black and white view here. This has been different, to say the least. This is part of, I think, an ongoing effort we've had to work with the Board of Aviation to develop some different account lines to help manage that very unique operation we have out there. We've talked about this with the disaster work, and now, of course, this line too. I just wanted to ask the auditor's table if this is all in line with where we were going in terms of helping to just get clarity on the funded lines and how this revenue is moving through our county.
And this is definitely in alignment with what we have discussed at a few different meetings we've held. So we do have, other steps to the plan where we're going to maybe adjust some fund names and how those funds are utilized on the line, but this is kind of step one, moving toward that. Just a quick note, and I know Michelle is going to be all over it, but we do not need to add the revenue line. That's something that we kind of do behind the scenes, so that will occur separately.
Carlos, thanks for the work on it and getting us this far, and happy to support it as the liaison for the aviation folks. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to everybody at the county, especially in the auditor's office, that's been helping us get, walk down this road.
All the team. All right. Seeing no other further questions or comments on this item, we'll move on to, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand,
Right.
Councilor Hawk.
Just for the public to understand, when I say no to additional appropriations or something in maybe some other fund, this is like taking the revenue out of one fund and putting it over in the other fund. It doesn't mean that the revenue would be any different or the expenses would be any different. It's just for accounting purposes, it needs to be, this needs to have happened.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Did I?
If I could just piggyback on that, this is just for overall transparency, so we can easily see what this unique project at the airport is bringing in, and then we can isolate that revenue and then use that revenue for the expenditures related. So it's a really great thing we're doing to move forward transparently.
For that. No other hands that are raised. I'll go back to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. All right, and seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wilt? Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is item B from the Youth Services Bureau.
Council, I move to approve the Youth Service Bureau's request in Fund 9111-9627 1503 YSB grant to approve additional appropriations of $48,150.23 in the personnel category and $1,000 in the services category for a total appropriation of $49,150.23.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. And we have Miss Vanessa Schmidt, and we also, I think it looks like Miss Sarah Jameson is online as well. So TSD, we might need to promote Sarah as well too.
I think Sarah's just gonna observe.
Oh, okay.
So we should be okay. I appreciate it though.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Council. Like mentioned, we are here just to request the appropriation of some additional funds that we were able to earn during the first fiscal year of our grant. And then we are asking to just appropriate the second fiscal year of that grant that has already been awarded. It's a 2-year grant. So the first small amount of money was awarded in the first year. We're just here to appropriate that. And then we're asking that we appropriate the second year.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
I have a question generally about youth services. So it's not about this exact issue, but I've been talking with some folks lately, and I'm curious, the children that you serve, typically, my understanding is that they come to you in a variety of ways, but it's mostly self-admit, and they are able to leave at any time, and you work with them to figure out what's best and all that. I'll get to my question is, how many of those youth would be categorized as homeless or unhoused?
Sure. Well, it's a little hard to answer because the federal definition of homelessness is a little bit different than, it varies state to state, even though there's a federal definition. So children that are placed by the Department of Child Services who aren't self-admitted, or youth that could be court-ordered, could be considered homeless because there is no other place for them to be. However, the kids that are typically counted under the federal rule are youth that are either at risk of runaway, homelessness, or throwaway, and are safe place placements, who are the youth that are self-initiated and voluntarily come to the shelter. So while we are unlocked from the inside, because we are a low barrier unlocked shelter, kids can walk out the door. That enacts an elopement procedure in which we have to call law enforcement, since running away in Indiana is a crime. So we don't function like a drop-in shelter like many other states have, where kids can come and go, because unaccompanied minors, it's not legal in the state of Indiana. So if a youth unfortunately chooses to leave property after we've tried to verbally, de-escalate and get them to return, we do have to enact elopement procedures. So we want to make sure that youth that come are willing to be here, willing to follow the rules, and they sign a youth admission agreement as well. But that's done through a lot of conversation and mediation between whoever's placing the child and the child themselves. I hope that answers your question.
So Jen, it does. Well, actually, it tells me a lot more than I even knew to ask. So typically, then, what percentage of your youth are falling under that federal definition? So the court appointed, et cetera.
Sure. I would say, without having the annual report right in front of me, in 2025, a majority of our placements actually fell under that rule. Okay. So they were either safe place or parental placements, which are all voluntary placements. So they were not DCS and not court-ordered youth. But I would argue that DCS placements are homeless children also. It just doesn't fall under the federal rule.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes, thank you for commenting that it could be a parental placement as well. We see many times, well, at least we did when I was following this so closely, when I was felt like I was camping out there. When you see parents who are just having so much problems with some of their youth and they just no longer know what to do to keep them safe and to keep the other people in the household safe, then they can take them in and take them to our youth shelter. And as a reminder, many times when you look at the number of placements at the shelter, there's this Monroe County residents are not always the biggest number that's there. But because we do the Safe Place grant, then we are required to do that as well. But the other thing that I noticed on some of the correspondence was that the revenue in the past, just for an FYI, their per diem amount that they get from the state, then that comes in, and we were keeping that separate at like a savings account for the YSB because we wanted to do some construction work there. And we were able to save that back and pay cash for what we wanted to do. But then after they did that, we were advised by the state that was like having two savings account, which we're not allowed to do. You can't have two rainy day funds. So that per diem amount that they receive now comes into county general under miscellaneous revenue. And the amount that they have been bringing in under miscellaneous revenue is supposed to be reduced this year because the state is changing some of their theory about how they want to use the money. Am I using that correct? So I forget what the difference is, but it doesn't mean that YSB is trying any less amount. They may even have more people, but it may be people that are not paying through the state. It may be more parents dropping off or something. So we just never know. Mm-hmm.
It's variable. The state with the new DCS state director is looking towards more of a model of kinship and foster care, which is all overall a cheaper expense. They've also been more restrictive about how long they will place in an emergency shelter, and they're requiring DCS staff workers to do like cost analysis of what's the cheapest shelter. And so sometimes kids get moved from shelter to shelter just based on how much it's going to cost the state. And so we have seen a reduction in those per diem funds. And so when we kind of were, yes, speaking about budget, we just wanted to be transparent with that as far as what we might be looking at for revenue in 2027.
Right, and if they, what's the cutoff time? They can be there for 30 days, but then they must leave after the 30 days, is that correct? They can come back later, but they have got to have a space in between?
They've actually changed. So they can stay 21 days. And by day 15, I have to determine if we're willing to provide an extension. The extension is only supposed to get them to 60 days. But by putting the waiver in, the state says they don't have to follow that. So we have had children placed for over 100 days by the state of Indiana in our shelter.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this item? It's a lot. All right, seeing none, we will go to public comment. Please raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Great. Counselor Decker didn't vote.
Sorry.
Not that it matters, but
Counselor Decker.
I was a yes too.
So the motion is unanimous. 7-0. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, next up is item C.
Council, I move to approve the Youth Service Bureau's request in Fund 9103-9628, Project Safe Place, to create new account lines that are outlined on the agenda and approve additional appropriations of $3,000 in the supplies category and $6,880 in the services category for a total appropriation of $9,880.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. And what would you like to add to this item?
All right, thank you, Council. Again, this is just to approve our 2 years of a Safe Place grant we were awarded. This grant will run from July of 26 to July of 28, and really helps to support our Safe Place program, including outreach materials, the things that we take out and give to kids who are, at county fairs or at other events, promotional items during school presentations. This money helps to support those endeavors.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Very important. Any questions or comments on this item from council? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment, raise your hand via Teams, or you can come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, counselors.
Thank you. All right, next up is a series of items from the Sheriff's Office.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Sheriff's Office request to approve an in-house transfer of $69,000 in Fund 1000-0005, County General Sheriff, into the overtime account lines that are outlined on the agenda within the personnel category as per Resolution 2025-41A.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Welcome.
Hello. So our overtime lines are about to be overexpended. One of them, they're both about 75% we've already used, and we just need to transfer more money in. We've had some high priority cases that have clearly used a lot of time, overtime resources. And the one is CHIRP. It's just the in-house. We need to transfer money in so that we're not in the negative by the end of the year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, I understand that you will be receiving the reimbursement from CHIRP, but could you not just transfer within the same category without, you don't have to come to us if it's in the same category, you can do it with a letter of transfer. Is your overtime line not in there?
We are wanting to transfer from the vacant merit deputy position into the CHIRP one, and the next item is actually the de-appropriation and appropriation.
I'm just saying, is your overtime not also in with all your personnel in the same category?
Yes.
Well, then you don't have to, if you already have an overtime line.
Excuse me, Counselor Hawk.
Thank you.
We have a resolution where a department has to come to the council to be able to move any funds into the overtime lines. So that is part of this process that you guys approved back earlier at the beginning of this year. So that's why she can't just move it on her own. She has to get council permission.
Sometimes we just make things harder for them and for us because she says she wants to do this so she doesn't have to come back multiple times. But if we move down a rather large sum into the overtime, more than what the CHIRP is going to reimburse, then that's something we've done, something we didn't intend to do.
Right. I mean, again, the overtime resolution was, we couldn't pick and choose which department to say, nope, you stay, yes, you go do it. So I think that's what that was about. Okay, and yes, Councilor Wiltz.
So, I understand the resolution, that part, but the second part, I think, of Counselor Hawk's point makes sense in that we do want to know that those funds will be reimbursed. And so I guess, and we've worked before on how to track the CHIRP money, and it's difficult to know because it's reimbursable. I mean, I get all of that. What exactly is the anticipated reimbursement? Is there a way to know? And what do we do about this? Might be auditor or I don't know.
Well, after this one, we're going to ask for the $13,500 from the second quarter to be put back in. And then the third quarter was on the, I have to find it. Once we receive that reimbursement, that's going to be $11,268.75. I have no idea what the fourth quarter will be by that time.
So 13 and 11 for 6.
Ms. Turner King, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes. So in regards to overall CHIRP management, as a reminder, this is a grant that is managed by BPD and that is shared by Bloomington Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, IU, and Ellettsville. We have in the past just talked with the grant manager for Bloomington Police Department on how to better put in place a management system so that each person who's spending a piece of that pie has an idea of how much of that pie we're getting. Bloomington Police Department has a new grant manager handling the CHIRP grant right now. And so I'm going to reach out to that individual and ask to schedule a meeting because I really feel like we're going more towards the need for a memorandum of understanding on how this grant is managed.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Council Hawk?
Seems to me we ought to have a line that just says overtime with CHIRP and keep it separate. And know that that line might be overspent, but the whole budget won't be overspent. We overspend correct me if I'm wrong, because boy, I hate being wrong.
but on our reimbursement grants, we have to spend first before we get it. So, correct? So this is a reimbursement grant. If we have a line item in there, then when the money comes in, we can put it in there. So, I mean, I'm just trying to make sure we're not undoing what we tried to get done before. The overtime was killing us.
Ms. Gregory, would you like to, somebody?
We've been working very closely with the Sheriff's Department on this grant, and the General Ledger and Grants Manager is in almost constant communication back and forth, ensuring proper management and that that the funds are separated as necessary. So this is, if I'm remembering correctly, this is corrected into the CHIRP grant once we receive funding to ensure the separation and that we're not spending money that we have not received, if that makes sense, just because this is handled and managed a little bit differently.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Raise your hand via Teams, or you can come forward to the lectern here in the room. Ellen, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley. Yes. Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hogg.
I'll say yes, and I'll look forward to getting a report back how much we really got in CHIRP and what we're paying out in total for over, because this is clerical overtime too.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Next up is item F. Oh, I'm sorry, item E.
Council, I move to approve the Sheriff's Office request in Fund 8103-0000, Operation Pullover, to approve an additional appropriation of $13,500 in the personnel category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. What would you like to add to this item?
This is just a housekeeping item where we're moving the funds from where we got reimbursed for the CHIRP grant.
Other questions or comments on this item? All right, we'll move to public comment. Raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. May we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel, Counselor Hogg,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Now we'll go to item F.
Council, I move to approve the Sheriff's Office request in Fund 1000-0005, County Sheriff General, to de-appropriate $13,500 in the personnel category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. What would you like to add to this item?
Nothing new.
So, all right, yes, Counselor Wilkes.
I just want to take this moment to ask before I forget. Could you reach out and set up a time to talk with us, Counselor Hawk and myself, about the budget?
Absolutely.
Because we haven't done that yet. That'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And still seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. All right, next up are some items from the prosecutor's office.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the prosecutor's office request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0009 County General Prosecutor 1 to 2 part-time clerical positions.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. We are joined by the prosecutor and Ms. Beth Hanley. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. We have typically carried at least a couple of part-time folks in our office, usually for some sort of the overflow tasks from the legal secretary. So a lot of it is data entry, some of it is filing, but it tends to be the more mundane aspects of the legal secretary's job that the legal secretaries just can't get to. Do you want me to wait for the bell to stop? Okay. You guys are used to it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
didn't even
used
hear
to it. Okay. In this particular instance, we're having trouble getting our cases closed out in our case management system timely. Right now, we have a legal secretary who serves as our receptionist, and one of her duties is to close out files. Unfortunately, our system won't just draw down closed case data from Odyssey, which is the program that the judges are using. So it has to be manually entered and compared with the judicial orders. And the reason it's important to do this is because we rely on it for criminal history information, but so does every other prosecutor in the state of Indiana. So it feeds into the state prosecutor case management system. So right now, we're currently about 3 months behind on our case closeouts, and we'd like to get to a position where those are taking no more than a month. We have a particular person in mind, if we're permitted to hire, who used to be a part-time person in our office, decided he wanted to fully retire, but now he wants to come back. And that would be wonderful because he already knows how to do the work that we're trying to get here. But he also wants to work fewer hours than he did previously, so that's why we would like to be able to hire a second part-time person, which again will be, hopefully, if we're approved, somebody who is retired, who's been involved with the system, who has some institutional knowledge, won't take a lot of training, but again, can keep us from, having to request overtime or use comp time for the secretaries to get some of this work done and timely.
For that explanation. Looking to my colleagues to see if anybody has any questions on this item. Yes, Councilor Hogg.
Yes, can you tell me why you're not waiting and putting this in your budget request for next year instead of getting ahead of all the other departments, such as everybody else has been doing today too? So not just pointing my fingers at you, but we see this every year where we have select departments who come and get ahead of all the other departments to get this included in their budget now, then it's already in there, and that's what happens. And it's not fair to the other departments. And so is there a specific reason why you cannot wait for budget session?
Yes, because these cases are getting behind now. If we wait till the next budget session, we're waiting another 6 months to fill this need. We also have had lines for these. This isn't an additional appropriation. We're just, for this particular request, we're just asking to fill a vacancy.
Us is waiting too. That's fine. Facts are
Any
just
other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. I know I wanted to go there, but before we go there, we need to go to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the room here or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Lytle?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
Thank you. Next up is item H.
Council, I move to approve the prosecutor office request in Fund 1000-0009, County General Prosecutor, to amend the 2026 salary ordinance, account line 13029, Forensic Analysis and Technology Specialist, Pat B, non-exempt, from 35 hours to 40 hours, with an effective date of August 9th.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. And what would you like to add to this item?
All right, thank you. This is for our forensic analyst / tech specialist, and this is someone in our office who is becoming increasingly more invaluable. The person who's in that position has been with us for about 20 years, and the duties have changed with the introduction to our case flow of body-worn camera videos, more and more surveillance video items, cell phone data, and other kinds of digital evidence. I have now had him working over in the Ellettsville Police Department part-time as part of the Monroe County High-Tech Crime Unit to process digital evidence, and as a result, he has been able to get cases moving in our courts here in Monroe County because phones that were taking 7 months to process are being processed in under 30 days because of his work. But we have a lot of work on his plate, and he is always like close to going overtime. We're not allowed to do overtime, so sometimes we're giving him comp time. But we really just have enough work for him, and his work is so valuable to moving our cases forward. I can give you a couple of examples. He was recently able to crack into a phone in a murder case that had been pending for 9 months, and his first week in the lab, he was able to crack that open and get into it. And he also, we had a jury trial last week. He edits the videos to be in compliance with the rules of evidence so that we can present them to a jury without violating those rules. And sometimes we have evidence rulings that happen on the fly in the moment, and he can very quickly do that work and make sure that it doesn't violate constitutional or evidentiary rights. So he's very valuable. The workload is increased. He is constantly working more than his 35 hours. And so it is my hope that we can give him a little more time to do this really important work for our office. I will say another aspect of his job, Greg Cron and his department are great. Tech Services does a lot for us, but Rob keeps his folks out of our office for silly stuff. He's always doing our tech support on both in the criminal division and in the child support division. He also sometimes gets loaned out to the judges for that purpose and defense attorneys. So he's really good at what he does. He's very efficient, and it's my hope that you will allow me to move him to 40 hours. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions or comments on this item? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
I just wanted to mention that, again, I've met with these fine folks and looked at a lot of what they've talked about and what they've included in the packet. And I think that this particular move makes a lot of sense in trying to be more efficient with the folks that we have and not having to add positions. So I think, I'm usually a little bit more like, is everybody in the whole department at the same 35 or 40, and thinking a lot about around those things. So I just want to kind of explain that I think this is a good strategy, especially given the way in which they've explained the workload for this particular position. Also, an email exchange was mentioned earlier as being entertaining, and I have to say, if you missed out on this one, it was pretty entertaining too.
Sounds like fun. All right. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we will move to public comment. Raise your hand via Teams, or you can come forward to the room, or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk? Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Cross, Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1. This will need to come back for a second reading.
Go on August 11th. But before you go, we got one more item, which is item I.
Council, I move to approve the prosecutor's office request in Fund 1000-0009, County General Prosecutor, to amend the 2026 salary ordinance, account line 13033, criminal investigator, and account line 13034, criminal investigator, Civ Pol D, non-exempt from 35 to 40 hours with an effective date of August the 9th.
Second.
Okay, what would you like to add to this item?
All right, thank you. Just to give you a little insight into the investigators, we have 2 of them in the criminal division, and those are the 2 positions I'm talking about. They have a very active role in our intake process, receiving information from law enforcement, making sure that it's matched up with cases that are pending or cases that are in review. They do make some charging recommendations to our chief deputy, who does the majority of our charging and screening. The biggest backlog problem that they have with their workload are warrant requests. We receive requests from law enforcement for arrest warrants based on probable cause that crimes have been committed, and those get put on the back burner because nobody's in jail yet while we focus on those people who are arrested and who need charging decisions and probable cause determinations much quicker. And so as a result, we sometimes can get as far as 3 or 4 months behind on our warrant requests, whereas ideally we would like to have those reviewed, have a decision made within a week at the outside. So like I said, it's just partially the workload. We're usually focused on the arrests and the things that are coming in right now, and some of that stuff gets put on the back burner. They are responsible for doing background checks, criminal background checks for criminal cases as well, like for defendants, but also for witnesses and victims. We have to provide that information to defense attorneys by statute and ethical obligations. If we are able to increase their hours, we're hopeful to have a quicker turnaround on our arrest warrants, but also hopeful that they can help us locate missing witnesses and victims a little bit faster. Sometimes it can take some time. You know, people change their phone number or move and they don't let us know, and so sometimes we have to have our investigators dig into that. They can respond to emails quicker, we send monthly reports to law enforcement about what cases of theirs we've declined and what we've taken and where they're at, and so they can get onto those a little bit faster. They're usually about 2 weeks late now. I would just point out from a parity perspective, Mr. Hunt is here in the room. The public defender investigators are at 40 hours. So just from parity's sake, I think it would be nice if we could pay our investigators at 40 hours and give them a few more hours to get some of these important tasks done. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments on this item? Yes, Councilor Deckard.
I was surprised by the last thing that you said. Do you have any idea how long it's not had parity?
I don't know. I know that their support staff, I believe all of them work 40 hours, whereas the majority of my support staff works 35 hours.
Okay, all right.
No other further questions or comments on this item? We will move to public comment. You can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, maybe have a roll call vote.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk? Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1. A second reading will be required.
I look forward to seeing you next month. Thank you.
See ya. Thank you. All right. So items J and K, as you can recall, were tabled to what already seems like a packed August 11th meeting. And so we will move on to item L from the Board of Commissioners.
Council, excuse me, I move to approve the Board of Commissioners' request in Fund 1000-0068 County General Commissioners to create new account lines 30071 Community Access Television and 32115 WFHB Weather Alert, and simultaneously approve additional appropriations of $167,718 in the services category.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, and I see we are joined by Commissioner Madeira and Ms. Angie Purdy. Welcome.
Thank you. The part that might be missing, because we asked that you table the prior items, is that the Cable Franchise Fund presently, I left it back there, I believe has a cash balance of just over $3,000. Started off with an appropriation of 500 and something. And so it's not able to sustain the accounts that are within that fund. So what this is a request to put the lines that we are aware of. Now I do believe we can reduce the community access TV line. Let me confirm. I was just looking at it. So my request for the community access TV, we need to ensure has a balance of $80,859. So that instead of the 160 that I had initially presented, we can reduce that amount. 80. Did you catch that number?
80,859.
I'm sorry, it was. Let's see here. So yes, $80,859.
Yes.
Council, I wish to amend my motion that we would approve additional appropriations of $86,859.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to amend that to the amount as Councilor Iverson mentioned. Is there any other further questions or comments from council on this item? Yes.
Madam President, this is about the amendment or the item at this point?
The amendment, sorry.
I have no questions about the amendment.
Okay. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of amending or approving the motion as amended signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. So now we'll come back to the original one. And Councilor Henry, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. First, I want to confirm the actual balance of the Cable Franchise Fund. You'd said 3,000. I'm looking at a ledger today that says something differently. Can we get the actual number? Maybe, Auditor, if you've got it.
I'm looking at it right now, and it shows a balance of $3,747.51.
Yeah, I'm seeing a cash balance that's different.
I ran mine through the end of the year.
I did not run through the end of the year, so let me do that quickly. I'm sorry, my computer restarted in an inopportune time, so give me a second.
You had a because I have what's current today, so I think that's what was shared earlier.
You're correct on the current balance today, but departments often put in anticipated expenses ahead of time, like if there's like a reoccurring invoice, for example, something similar. So if you go out to the end of the year, so December 31 of 26, the cash balance is looking like it will be $3,747.51.
Cash on hand today is $84,800.
That's correct.
61 cents. Okay. So just some questions that I have as we're trying to sort this out. We had originally appropriated in the cable franchise fund about $533,000 at the beginning of the year. Presuming there was revenue coming in, do we have an understanding of the anticipated revenue that dropped off? Can you walk me through that? Shouldn't we be getting receipts for fees from?
This has been a conversation that we've had for a number of years now, actually, with the cable franchise, because our revenue has been decreasing steadily over time. It's anticipated that next year our gross revenue will be about $254,000 in that particular fund. You were not on the council at that time. We've had numerous conversations about putting some things in this fund and knowing going to be able to sustain it or support it. So this is why we're here now.
So we had a carryover last year of 294-ish thousand. And then, so do we have, and right now it looks like the differential is like 310,000. So do we get any, that's what I'm asking, do we get any receipts from any franchise fees? Because we had carryover. We clearly budgeted based on previous years. I'm just trying to figure out where the revenue is.
Sure.
Do we have any revenue on this? That's what I guess I'm asking.
Yes, we have revenue. So, for instance, the AT&T quarterly franchise, we have received $4,405.80 thus far. That is as of 7/28 of this year. Comcast, we have received $68,087.40, and that was receipted in February.
Okay. I guess where I'm going with this is that, as we budgeted last year, it was, we had a 4-year trend of account lines there. And we've been budgeting training and some of these things in there from year in, year out. It's July, it's the third quarter of the year. We're seeing this now. I guess at what point did you start to anticipate that we'd be down to where we are? I'm just trying to understand the tracking of finances month to month. Certainly you would have, I thought, or one would assume there'd be projections of how bad is bad until we get to this point where there's 3,000 left in the fund. But when were you tracking this, or when did this get to your attention?
Came to my attention just before, I actually sent an email, I believe, to counselors Crossley when it came to my attention. So I don't know, a month ago.
Okay, so we got
I'm just guessing.
We got 6 years into the fiscal where we were running out of funds, and we're at this point now, 6 months in. I guess I'm just trying to understand the forecasting and where the appropriations have gone. I guess I would have liked to know a little earlier.
Sorry that didn't work out for you.
What's that?
I'm sorry that didn't work out for you. I got it to you as quickly as it came to my attention, and I brought it to the council.
Sorry it didn't work out for me. You have a finance person in your office, right? Every department has a finance person. Do they run this report monthly so we can understand that?
No, they do not.
Quarterly?
I don't know that they actually run these particular reports because of the number of claims that they have to process each week. And we're also a person down in our office, so they're dealing with not only the claims that come in, but also responding to the public.
Okay. Here's my heartburn. So we have a cash on hand and then I guess anticipated expenses. Of the anticipated expenses, which is like $83,000 between now and where your number is, of those anticipated expenses, how many of those must be paid or can be canceled in order to burn this fund a little more efficiently?
I believe that these are all obligated. I can't speak for the technical services training line, but I can tell you that the CATS line is certainly obligated. The WFIU line is obligated. So I don't choose to not pay.
Okay. Fellow counselors, I guess we have sort of like half a thing here today. We're being asked to de-obligate funds from the remainder of the cable franchise fees. There's no minimum fund balance on that fund. We could burn it to zero. We don't have to hold any back in there. we have a point in time of how much cash is on hand, and what we have is like 7 months into the year where I don't know what the burn rate is on your account lines. My concern is that we budgeted, there's a $300,000 gap, that we're looking at. Either that was revenue that we should have talked about last year during budget season, or should have been informed about that wasn't coming in. I just hate to do another budget cycle this year where we have hundreds of thousands of dollars that are kind of gapped when we don't really, because we budgeted for this, we appropriated for it. The appropes were there, we went through the appropriation process. The appropriations matched previous calendar years, 21, 22, 25. It's the same. I mean, there's a trend line there, but this is a big move around, and I guess maybe this is me just getting a little into the Excel sheets this evening, but we're more than halfway through the year to have this kind of adjustment. This should have been maybe better seen at my point this evening. Thank you, Madam President.
And I guess to that point, Council Iverson and I are the liaisons for it, and we will go over this in our meeting when we go over budgets. So,
Madam President, if I may just say, I don't believe it's a liaison issue. I mean, I think that this is maybe the information
no, I know.
needs to come to you.
I understand.
It's not your
But
fault.
again, it's like we can go over that, and then when it's coming down the pike for budget, that's something that we can talk about as well. Any other? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Why were the previous two items tabled?
I can answer that. That's because we are trying to determine whether or not this is a statutorily defined fund, or if it's a home rule fund. If it's a home rule fund, then the commissioners can modify the resolution to allow for those receipts to go directly into county general, which would be the intention if we can do that.
So we have like a message out to find out and don't know yet.
Yeah.
I've been working with Ms. Purdy, and we discussed talking with the State Board of Accounts just to ensure, obviously, we're always very cautious to ensure we're handling the revenue appropriately. So I just want to confirm with the SBOA that the revenue, it does not need to be in its own separate fund, which I'm not satisfied with their response yet, so we're going to ask a few more questions before we proceed. But it appears that we can potentially dissolve this fund, which we could then move the balance then of the remaining funds into the general fund, for example, just so they could budget then appropriately from the general fund if that's what everybody chooses to do. So I'm simply investigating to give us options, and then we can proceed from there once I have all the information to share.
Have another one? Go.
That makes sense, thank you. And my other question then is, because we're looking at just L right now, correct? Okay. We're gonna do an additional appropriation in county general for 80 something, we changed. But do you have money extra lying around in,
No.
So this is coming out of general pocket, so
Correct.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Councilor Hawk, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, I remember distinctly when our council attorney, Michael Flory, pulled up the documents for this fund to make it clear that it did not have to be cable related or telephone or communication. It could be for anything that the council would choose to spend it on. So I don't know whether that helps in any way, but there was documentation on that. And so that's when we started putting other things in there just to try to make budgets work. But everybody knows that the revenue would be coming down because people are not doing cable as much. So just for us to know, this is just another thing where we had in the past counted on revenue that it will no longer sustain what we've been putting in there over the years. So that's just more money cutting into what our growth should be of the new revenue coming in. I mean, that's just the way it is. You can move over the revenue over into general, but the expenses are going to be more than the revenue you're moving over there. It's just like it's a whole brand new expense. That's the reason why I think a lot of this stuff about spending money should have waited for budgets. 99%.
And at this point, we don't have a better option right now. I mean, we can be upset about it, we can all that, but really, we have to pay our bills, and these are obligations. So, all right, just so I understand. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just, Councilor Wills, I'd follow up. I mean, we have cash on hand to pay the bills. I mean, you don't have $86,000 in bills coming in the next 2 weeks, do you?
I don't think so. We've already paid the third quarter for Comcast, or for CATS. We do owe WFHB $6,000, so I don't know when they're going to send that particular invoice.
Okay. So it's not like we can't pay the bills this month. I mean, at the end of the year, we have to have this figured out. The urgency, if there's a feeling of urgency, I don't share it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I didn't imply urgency.
Yeah,
It was
I
more
appreciate it,
despondency, if that's a word. I'm just like, I mean, it is what it is sort of where I was. I wasn't saying it was having to happen tonight, but it's housekeeping that we kind of have to figure out.
Right. Yes, Councilor Decker.
Well, on the counter that we have to be cautious about, when bodies, and we're seeing this a lot in our country particularly, when you don't back up what you have either obligated historically or appropriated, whatever the lines are filled in with, it starts sending messages that you're cutting those things. And when I look at these two particular community values listed on here, those are a little bit more external than not in this community. I mean, one of them we're literally broadcast out on as we speak, and everyone and their sister, and especially the Marty Hawks of the world and Jennifer Crossley's, they anticipate that they'll go on and they'll see those. So I always get worried that any of our discussion here turns into rumors out there that we're changing course on how we pay bills. Internally, I think there's some discussion here that is exceedingly valid, but beyond it, to go to the point, reversing on either of those lines is a massive policy change that's not been in this community for at least since my birth. Gotta watch stuff like that.
It's a very large conversation.
That's a big, large thing. Maybe that we should have had over the years about cable, but no one will care because they will still expect those items to be on that budget. And the same for our counterparts across the way at Morton Street.
Council, for that discussion. I'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
So just so everyone is clear, account line 30071 was reduced to $86,859, and
No, it was
The total.
8,000 or 80,859.
okay,
Correct.
thank you. That's what I needed to know. So, okay. All right. So then, one moment. $80,859?
Correct.
Okay.
And 6,000 for,
Okay, so yes. So then that brings your new total to $86,859 for this additional appropriation.
Yeah,
Okay.
sometimes I get my math wrong, so
That's
I
okay.
appreciate you double checking me.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page, because that's not what I typed, so thank you for that. Okay, Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Counselor Feidel.
Yes.
Counselor Hogg.
Yes.
Counselor Williams. Counselor Henry.
No.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next up is item M from TSD.
Council, I move to approve the Technical Service Department's request in Fund 1000-0106, County General TSD, to create new account lines 30028 Training Travel and 35003 Reprographics, and simultaneously approve additional appropriations of $46,000 in the services category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we have our TSD director, Mr. Kong, here.
Good evening, everyone. This is carryover again from the cable franchise. These were items that weren't previously in cable franchise that got moved in during the last budget. So I'm running into the same situation as just described by Ms. Purdy. We're not asking for any additional monies more than we'd already budgeted for and had that remaining balance left. For the reprographics, those expenses cover our monthly black and white copier costs, service agreements, and all that comes out of that reprographics line for the entire county. The training and travel, we cover our GMIS subscription with that, our MSI subscription with that. We do advanced training. Since we've been changing infrastructure at the county and a lot of it's radically different than what we had before, there's some knowledge gaps, so we've been utilizing those funds to plug those knowledge gaps so we don't have to keep leveraging professional services as a cost to move. So that also, anytime I go, I'm typically the one in my office who has to travel to conference. That does cover my travel expenses for going to conferences and things. It's very rare that I spend the evening at a conference, so that's been a one-time-a-year charge where I have to go up for a 2-day conference for the state where I'm typically a speaker. So.
Thank you very much for that. Counselor Hogg.
Yes, do you plan when you're putting your budget together to bring to us, and before we get turned around, do you plan on putting these expenses over into CUME-CAP with your other expenses that you have there, or where do you plan to put these expenses for the next budget year?
Well, it was my understanding that it would continue to be in county general, but that's a conversation I'd have to have with Ms. Purdy and get direction on that, how they want me to go with that. It was my understanding county general is where these funds came from initially before I got moved to cable franchise. That's why they were going back there. So.
Well, since the money's not going to be coming in the future the same,
right.
We need to figure out.
If I need to look for other locations, that's,
right.
Yes.
And what, I know you've been around long enough to know that we do all we can to try to protect county general so that we can pay our employees.
Sure.
And so I'm suggesting you take a look to see if there's room there in the CUME-CAP budget, where you have a separate budget in CUME-CAP for that.
Yes.
Counselor Henry.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So I want to start off by saying, since we haven't dealt with the current cable franchise fee, which was tabled, and we just now moved money out or created account lines for the community access and WFHB, that those resources are in cable franchise, right? Half a thing. Just want to maybe gut check. The auditor, is that a reasonable? Okay. So we didn't, right now, that money's sitting in one fund. We haven't closed that fund out and moved it, right? We just took off the books 80,000 that is not going to be covered in the general fund.
So I'm not positive of the question, if you could repeat it, but we know that the today's balance of the cable franchise fund was 80-some thousand. But if you put that to the end of the year, then there were, I don't know, I think 3,500 or something remaining, 3,700. Right,
and we just voted to approve account lines and appropes for things that were covered by cable franchise.
Yes.
Okay, so there's more in that account right now as a moment of time. Okay. I just want to maybe clarify this. I'm looking at our budget from last cycle, and on the training and travel line and the reprographics lines, we had expenditures going back to 2021 in here. So it's not, so when you say like it wasn't, do you mean like last year you felt that we moved it in?
Correct. I didn't take over, I didn't come into this position until '22, so I only know from there going forward where things were budgeted.
That's fine, Greg. I just want to make sure because we've been using that fund for some years to do this work. I mean, at least back to 2021 on our expenditures in there for those two account lines. So like that, it's not a recent thing. It's been like 5 years of that. You've expensed $354 in training and travel up to this point.
Correct.
And so
I've got, yes, that's correct.
We had 5 months left. I mean, are you going to spend $11,000 in travel between now and the end of the year?
No, where that's actually going is for certification courses that we've already signed up for that we paid last year. They're not due again until this September. So that's when our next payment's due on that. That's $8,000 for certification courses coming up.
This isn't really the question for you, but we committed to those purchases while out of a fund that we knew was running hot. So I would go back to the Board of Commissioners managing this account. Okay, I guess when you're ready to put your phone down, we could probably ask the question again. So
Hey, I'm just gonna say let's like, I don't know if she was paying attention to you calling her out. I will say that.
Madam President, I apologize for the outburst, but
I
it's been a
appreciate
hot
that.
evening with that particular
It
table.
really has, and so let's take the temperature
So
down.
let me ask it again. So we've committed to costs for training, which is great, but when did we invoice those, or have those been paid out yet?
Those haven't been paid out. I won't be invoiced on those till September.
So, and we did that knowing this account was running hot anyway, that we were going ahead and spending down on an account line for training and travel while not sure about the revenue?
I brought this to you guys as soon as I knew.
Okay.
The best I can do.
All right, so so where I'm at on this one is there's still cash on hand in the current fund to expend now that we just moved stuff around.
No, there's not.
Yes, ma'am, there is. We just gave you
Please listen to your auditor.
Respectfully, we just approved by a 6-1 vote $80,000 on an account that's now coming out of the general fund. It's not being expensed in the cable fund. So we can math it.
Yes, we can. Please listen to your auditor.
Ms. Gregory.
Yes, there is a payment scheduled to go out on August 6th in the amount of $80,859. So that's in our claims process right now.
We're juggling a few different sheets here tonight. I just want to make sure, again, when we're in this particular account, this is tricky for your office. We have funds that we're pulling from cable service or cable fees, cumulative cap, general fund. It's a unique office how we fund you. And maybe the longer term conversation is getting this all into one fund like the other, or like a lot of our other accounts. I mean, I know there's a long history of how we fund technology in accounts. Share stuff here, but this is a lot to juggle. My concern, going back to the training and travel line, is if we have anticipated appropriations, we had an account that we thought we had resource for, we're moving stuff around, a bit of a challenge. That's all I got. Thank you, Madam President.
Anybody else have any questions on this? All right, seeing none, I'll move to public comment. If there's public comment, raise your hand via Teams or come to the microphone here in the row. Sorry, I'm taking Tylenol. Okay, and that being said, since I don't see any, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Abstain.
Thank you. Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-0, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'm going to ask for us to take a 10-minute recess. So if we can be back in this room, I'll give us a little more than that, 7:55, that would be excellent. Thank you. Yes, you all good upstairs? All right. Okay, and And we're back. And for the record, we are down to 6 counselors because Counselor Hawk has left the building. So that being said, we just got finished with item M, and we will move into item N, still with TSD.
Council, I move to approve the Technical Service Department's request in Fund 1170-0106 Lit Public Safety TSD to create account line 30072 telephone maintenance and simultaneously approve additional appropriations of $50,000 in the services category and $75,135.26 in the capital category for a total appropriation of $125,135.26.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. And what would you like to add to this item?
All right, thank you. So this item's actually 2 parts. The telephone maintenance is part of what got moved into cable franchise. That is your law enforcement phone systems, their cell phones, their cradle points that give them communications in the car. That's what that line pays for there. The second part of this, we're running into an issue. Axon body cameras and Axon evidence is what our sheriff's department and our jail, our prosecutor, everybody uses. That's the gold standard for these body cams, the evidence storage, the interrogation rooms. Axon has changed their product, and I've brought Eric Oliphant with me and Michael Hunt to speak a little bit more on what the conversation they've had with Axon. But unfortunately, what was offered to prosecutors before that package is now gone, so we're getting into a different evidence package. Unfortunately, with the way the evidence works now, you can't just take say it's photo evidence, you can't just take the photo evidence off the phone. They're forced to capture the entire cell phone, which a lot of these new iPhones are a terabyte. So this is adding up very quick. And I've actually been speaking with other departments around the state trying to see what kind of solutions they've come up with. And they're all kind of scrambling, doing the same thing we are, trying to figure out as they go. So on that part, I would like to ask Erica to come up and speak a little bit about the conversation she's had on with Axon, what they've offered, what their situation was in the past, and what their current offering is now.
Yeah, so body cameras were adopted by our local law enforcement agencies with only minimal consultation with me. So they chose the companies that they wanted to use. The good news about that is that the vast majority of the law enforcement agencies that we work with do use the same product. So that's convenient because then we can kind of receive it in the same way. We had, in the past, early in the adoption by the sheriff's office, well, originally we were downloading every body camera from the sheriff's office. They were sending us a download link. We were downloading it to our network. It was taking up a ton of space, and it was also taking hours of staff time to do these downloads. If something happened and we lost network, we would also have to restart our download process. So it was very frustrating. A few years ago, we were able to get a free program as an extension of what the sheriff's office had, and through that, we were able to access the body camera videos through that program without downloading. So it's a web-based program, and we could just access everything that law enforcement had uploaded. We could access it for free. The public defenders, we had helped them work with Greg to get a version of it that wasn't free. It was a paid subscription, so that instead of us having to download it for them, to provide it to them, because legally we have to provide it all to them, or for them to get download links from us and have to download it and put it on our network. Again, Greg would have to store it. We got them access so that we could just share it through that program, and they could access it in this web-based program as well. Well, you might well imagine our free contract and his paid contract expired. We heard from Axon, and they said it's no longer going to function this way for free. They want us to download everything so law enforcement's version, they are allowed to use it for all of their digital evidence. So surveillance videos, cell phones, anything from a citizen that they get, they are allowed to upload it into Axon at no additional cost. We can, right now, access that through our portal, but what they're saying is we are out of compliance. We have to download everything that's not Axon generated and store it somewhere else. And that would be the same for the public defenders with the access that we have. So they are offering a product called Axon Justice, and this Axon Justice gives us unlimited cloud storage, and we're allowed to have all of those non-Axon generated things. So it's convenient, it saves a lot of time, and you know, it saves network space as well. One thing that the new product does include that we didn't have before is it will generate transcripts of the videos. Now, we have to check those transcripts for accuracy if we're ever going to use them in a courtroom, but they can definitely help us save some staff time, help us identify where critical interviews of suspects or victims or other things happen in those body cameras so that we can get to the chase a little bit quicker than we already can. My hope is that that feature plus some of the video editing features will save us some staff time, you know, for our our tech specialist that you've just increased to 40 hours, maybe we can get him on some different projects if we can save a little time with this Axon Justice. And of course, because I'm asking for it, this is saving, you know, Greg the trouble of having to constantly be keeping up with server space and trying to figure out how to share things from my office to Mr. Hunt's office. I want to make sure that Mr. Hunt's office has the same access that we have so that there's no question about quality or you know, whether we have an advantage that they don't have in this particular area.
So while I recognize that this package isn't cheap, if you look at the long-term cost, it is a 10-year agreement. Now, that being said, we do have an out on that. If we can't budget, they will allow us out of the product. I've looked at local solutions where we do on-site storage here based on the amount of data that the prosecutor and the public defenders have. For about 45,000, I could do one instance for one department here. That only covers the working copy. Then you've still got to make a backup copy. And so that's another 40. So when you start looking at it that way, and the fact that that's not a long-term solution, once they outgrow that storage, we have no scalability there. You're going to have to grow again. Whereas with the Axon offering, that's unlimited storage. So that does take care of us into the next 10 years. They back that up. The security's on them. None of it gets placed on the hands of the county. So when you look at the long-term cost, the big picture of it, it is a cost savings to the county. Mr. Hunt, do you have anything you'd like to say, sir?
Me too. I'm not going to add a lot. I would just say, whatever they have, or most of whatever they have, if we have a case, they have to give to us. And this, if you use the same program, it certainly helps everybody. I've talked with other chief public defenders, and they're all kind of fighting this storage problem and how do you get it. And there are new companies springing up everywhere that transcribe and translate and all kinds, but they're expensive. So this is a growing field, and I think if we get in it together, it makes it much simpler for everyone.
Yeah, one last thing I'll just say about my conversations with Axon is that they anticipate a 12% price increase next year. But if we start this year, we're guaranteed to have no more than a 4% increase each year for research and development so that they can keep making things to charge us lots of money for. You know, I think body cameras are a really good thing in many ways. They provide good evidence. They provide accountability and training opportunities for law enforcement officers. I don't think any of us, when we first started rolling them out, understood what kind of cost it was going to be and what kind of impact it was going to have on our human resources, and it's huge. So I don't love feeding a big corporation to do what we do because we're doing it for the public, but unfortunately, that's just where we're at with all of our law enforcement agencies using the same Axon company.
I do think it should be noted that Axon, we are out of contract with Axon. They've extended the storage. They're letting it go under the pretense that we're having this discussion now to figure out if we're moving forward. If we choose not to fund this year, we will have to get the prosecutor's evidence out of there. There was over 11 terabyte, so then we're going to have to make, and that was just theirs, and I haven't even gotten into the public defenders yet. So we will have to come up with an immediate solution if we don't move forward with this during this year.
Thank you. Counselor Iverson, and then I'll go Counselor Henry.
I have two questions. Number one, the Sheriff's Department is not here tonight sitting with us reviewing this. So is their body cam footage taking up additional space?
No, sir. They're on a completely separate contract on a separate program. We've made a very substantial investment in Axon this year with renewed contracts and added body cams to the tune of about a little over $2 million worth of investment for the Sheriff's Department and the jail. But their storage array, they're on a completely separate contract and they're not affected by the PDs or the prosecutor's counsel.
My second question is, in the list of the software bundles, there's something called Community Link. What is that? Do you know?
I do.
Okay.
If we have a citizen, a victim, a witness, somebody who says, hey, I recorded that on my cell phone, for example, Community Link, you send them a link and they can upload whatever video or item that they have to share with us. So it's extremely helpful tool. Law enforcement uses it all the time. With our current free access, we do not have access to that. We have to find a different way to do it typically, but this will allow us to do that process as well.
Whoa. Okay.
Councilmember Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. This isn't really directed at this particular item tonight, but it is in thinking ahead to budget season, as we have to do with this season of year. We have been I think a frog in a pot that's been slowly boiling when it comes to technology, right? The idea that every year we know there's cost increase, but understanding that how big of the county budget or slice of the pie is going to have to keep going to funding this kind of stuff. These subscription-based off-site storage of things. Clearly there's a huge amount of that in the law enforcement space because of evidence and what you need to maintain. But we keep seeing this, and I mean, it's in everything we touch. And what 30 years ago, 40 years ago would have just been, you would have bought giant computers and stuck them in a building. Like this is becoming that same utility that road repair is, that snow removal is, like core function. I worry that more and more of our pie or the budget's going to be eaten up by these kinds of costs that we can't control. Like you're bringing us another increase, we can have it. Instead of the technology getting cheaper, it seems to be getting subscription-based and more expensive for us in ways that I'm just saying tonight that getting better projections, understanding how much more of our budget's going to be going to this stuff in the future is a critical challenge against things like, COLA and raises and step increases and everything else we have to contend with up here. It's just it's becoming huge.
I would like to say between the staff in my office and working with all the departments when it comes to IT, we've worked diligently over the last 4 years to make deals to cut excess out. First year in, we cut over almost $200,000 out of our phone spending line. So we keep making these gains. They keep getting ate up elsewhere, but I and all the other departments are working very diligently to find solutions that don't break the bank. But unfortunately, yes, IT costs are driving up.
It's not an add-on, it's a core function of government, right?
Yeah.
So, and we just,
Yep.
Anyway, that's my speech. Yeah.
Yeah, I brought this to Greg when it came to my attention because I was hoping that he could come up with a solution that would be as cost effective as possible.
Councilor Wiltz. Just so I'm understanding math. Are you ordering double what the quote is?
No, so what there is in your packet's 2 quotes. There's one packet for the prosecutor, one packet for the PDs. The quote totals are the same. So I'm asking for year one for both departments, so that's where that number comes from.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Cross?
I'm sorry.
We cut her mid-yawn.
Yes, you caught me. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Motion
Sorry.
passes unanimous.
No, that was boring. I just.
Thank you all.
Yes. Good. Thank you. All right. Next up is items 9, which are presentations and discussions. And we will start with the 2026 bond projects. So, oh yeah, that's me. So I'm going to ask Ms. Purdy to come up again. She's joined by Commissioner Madeira to give us the presentation that we always look forward to hearing before our budget season. Give us some food for thought.
Okay, now this is not the one that comes with the pretty pictures and all of that. This is just to give you, this is the basic list of projects that have been submitted. Hopefully you had a chance to look at this early. And you can kind of play around with it to see how much you're wanting to actually bond for. I did provide it in a ranked order based on the commissioner's priority. And I think that the conversation here would be for you to ask questions. And the representatives from the different departments, I believe, are online so that they can answer questions if you have those about their particular projects and or purchases that they're requesting as part of the bond. And I think that that's kind of it in a nutshell. It gives you a starting place. I think I also said in the email that I sent out that there are 2 items that have been kind of that are carried over. One is the $440,000, which is interesting. It was just referenced in the prior item you had before you. That's the taser, body cam, in-car camera situation. That's actually a 5-year contract that we have, and they're allowing us to pay for those products over 5 years, as opposed to the upfront, I think it was like 2.1. And then the other is the siren project that the emergency management has. So that's been something that we've been, you guys have been supporting over the years. So I guess I will leave it at that. And I know that Richard and Kelly, and I think Jamie's online, and I suspect that the sheriff has somebody online if you have questions.
Okay, and I'll open it up to council to see if anybody has questions. Councilor Wiltz.
First, thank you for pulling this together and bringing it to us early. I appreciate that. Giving us a chance to kind of check it out. And I'm going to start with hopefully just like a little easy lob.
Thanks.
Courthouse dome repair.
Oh, yeah.
It's, first of all, the estimate that I think I found in the packet said it looked like it totaled 180, but the budget is asking, or the proposed little spreadsheet here says 200. I also noticed that they said something along the lines of, don't worry, like, we'll just renegotiate costs if it gets more expensive. And that, to me, seems kind of...
Very concerning.
Yeah, unfortunate. What is it? What's going on with this?
So that proposal was to help build some budget numbers. I've since reached out to a group that we use for building envelope projects to help me manage that. But what's your question?
Well, how much do you think it's going to cost? Because there was some difference, and you're telling me this isn't the actual quote.
Well, the estimate came in at 180. I have learned that I don't know the percentage number. I'm sure there's one out there, but we need to budget more. And then there's also going to be the expense of the professional services that will need to be included. I don't know that yet, but this is the best number I have right now.
It's mostly, it's mostly cleaning the limestone, right?
No, we have issues with the copper dome.
It's
Some of the soldering joints have become disconnected.
leaking.
It's leaking, yeah.
Yes, we've had lots of water.
All right, that's good to hear about. Was that what the caulking part was? No, because the estimate was really just underneath the dome, right?
No. There's,
And so you had the company, they actually did a drone
yeah.
assessment of the, they took a drone and took it around the dome to see the damage. And that's what's supposed to be in that picture, is highlighting the area, I think, of where there's problems. And then going back to these are always estimates. Nobody's going to give us a hard cost at this point in time, especially in this particular market.
I found it very interesting. Okay.
I think for me, getting someone here to give me an idea what it's going to cost, because I see certain numbers and then I immediately go, okay, that has to go out.
Yeah.
It meets a certain threshold I've got to bring in. It's different now. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
I've got a couple questions. One, I'm gonna, this is in the sheriff's lines, the 3 jail items, the showers, the cameras, the plumbing parts, that's $800,000 in a building that we don't have open right now. I don't know, what's the thought process? This is tough because there's been an argument saying, well, the building won't be around for that much longer, maybe, who knows, but at the same time, there's people living and working there.
Correct. I believe, and I don't know if the sheriff or Phil or Kyle is online, but I will tell you the showers, they are a nightmare at the moment for the sheriff and for maintenance in there. There's problems with the sealant, and so they have issues with water getting behind them, adds to the mold issues within that particular building. It is horrible to be asking, I think, to put funds into a building that's dying. However, as you said, there's people who are still in there. They're still trying to work. The cameras is to help staff the inmates and respond appropriately. I think they can do a much better job of explaining it than I can. The plumbing parts and fixtures, honestly, I think if you wanted to eliminate that, I think that we can handle it in our cumulative capital fund. If we're starting to get to nitty-gritties, I do think that is something that we could manage.
I'm not a plumber. I don't pretend to be one. Is there a way to plumb this so that the situation we're experiencing now doesn't happen again?
You mean, this current situation with
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
The current situation was entirely intentional by inmates. They, when somebody is purposely breaking a system, it doesn't matter what kind of maintenance you have. This is just the result of bad actions. And bad actions and a bad design. This building, and I know Richard can talk about it. If you ever talk to David, he will be talked about how wonderful the new facilities are, because everything's on the backside. They don't have to get into the areas with the people, and it's easily accessible. And the new systems have the ability to stop items from going into the actual sewer line, and then there's a hook that staff can use to pull out the debris. so it never becomes a problem anywhere else. My understanding does happen is if that kind of action is taken by the inmates, any kind of reverse flow is actually going to be into the cell as opposed to out into our judge other areas.
Okay, all right. And we saw some of those systems when we were touring different facilities.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. You've answered my questions.
Other questions? You have another one?
I've got more
Okay.
if people don't want to ask them. The drones and cameras in the commissioner's budget. I didn't see the quote for that. I could have missed it. But can you explain more about that, particularly given that, flock is such a contentious thing in the community? What's going on here?
Okay, there is no quotes for that particular cost. It was just, I actually asked our TSD director, to give me a general idea because we didn't have time to get the information in time to get it out to you guys because we had met with some other people who talked about this. But the purpose of the drones is property maintenance, property security. I know that maintenance is anxious to also use them for, assessing our rooftops, the building envelopes at the top of our buildings. I think highway also we'd like to be able to use one. So these are something that will allow us to ensure the safety and security of our buildings and our properties.
Okay, wonderful. And yeah, and whenever you get those quotes, it'd be interesting to see the breakdown between the stable cameras and then the cameras that comply.
Yeah.
I got a quick question. A couple of questions. One, I see the prosecutor renovation ads in here. Is that because of all the issues that the prosecutor's office has had?
That is because of their space looks like it hasn't been updated since the building was opened. And I know that we thought we were moving forward on a new facility and all of that. Everything happens, and so we're here. And so a few years back, we talked about doing some renovations for them because of our stalemate. We're kind of at, and it's like I was over there meeting with them, and it's just like, they're professionals, and their space looks terrible. They're crammed, and they really never complain. I mean, they do let us know about things and are vocal about things when they're not right, but they've been extremely, patient. And I do understand that, again, we're talking about a facility that we don't know where we're going with it. It would be nice that if we had new furniture and everything put into that place, that it would be something that could be moved to a new facility, new space. That's not going to be the case for carpeting and things of that nature. And then I want to go back to the cameras for the jail. Obviously, we can't put those into a new facility because they need to be in this one. But my understanding is that they could certainly be used as replacement. So if there's problems with one, so it's a cost, but at the same time, you've kind of got a nice supply on hand for problems.
Okay.
Can I say something about the prosecutor's office too? That's one of the few behind-the-scenes spaces where victims go, and that represents the Justice Center. So we want a space where it's comfortable for victims as well. And right now, that space is not comfortable for victims for various reasons.
Okay, thank you. The other question, I remember, last year during budget season, I know we have the ongoing issues with the building in relation to mold remediation and things like that. And so help me to remember. I know, I think it was something I brought up before, the mother of all problems, which is the HVAC system. Do is that in like CUMCAP or is that in last year's bonds, or is that something that we can put into like this? Because I guess because for the time being, and I know last year I said this like during our meeting that we had with staff and whatnot in the building, I think the biggest thing that I just remember in working in housing is we had a really big issue with something. We had to gut everything out, and the remediation specialist said, you can do all of that, you can fumigate, but if you're not taking care of the HVAC system, it's just gonna continue to be a problem. So I guess until the time being, because I think I've seen the emails that have, before all of this has gone down, is there a plan potentially for an HVAC system? And if not, how can we make that happen?
So, quick and dirty answer is there isn't a plan at the moment for a new HVAC system. What we do want to do, and I guess what I need to, and Rich will be better explaining than myself, but we have put in new controls, which was one of the largest problems. We've also done work on the piping to wrap it. So because there was condensation that was occurring, and then that was causing, a drip, you get mold. So there's been a lot of activity with the current system and additions and modifications made to the current system to make it more comfortable for people and to be better in not causing harm. So we have vet come in every month, and right now the last time I spoke with Sarah, it's been a couple of weeks ago, I think, because we also have brought the State Department of Health in to do a test of the building so that we can have a completely outside opinion of the air quality of that building. I don't expect that this week, maybe next week, I think is what they had said from IDOH. And then vets, we're still finding things, right? But at the same time, the overall assessment of the building is it's 95 to 99% better than it is outside. So there's been a significant improvement in the air quality in that building. Now going back to the concern, which is legitimate, we are going to look at, this is also kind of ties into you have any money to cover whatever. We need to get a contract, we'd like to get into contract with RQAW, who is an outside architectural firm in engineering, to look at the building and tell us, a million things. So the things first come off my mind is, do we need, at this point in time, with the idea that we are going to be hopefully having another building, do we need a brand new system at this point? If we do need a system, can we put it in while everybody's still in there? And then if we can't, how would it go in? And then anticipated costs, right? The fact that this is a 24/7, 365-day-a-year building poses problems for that kind of renovation, if you will. But the plan would be to, bring the IDOH's response and assessment of the building to you guys, talk with Sarah again, and we're still continuing on the control project, which I'm told is making significant differences in the building. I just will say that people are they've lost all hope, I think. They don't know how long they're going to be in this building, and so before they were like willing to hang in there, I think, and then now there is just this perception of we're stuck here, and it's not a pleasant place. Does that help?
It did. And that's why, like, for that particular reason is why I'm trying to figure out, like, if, you know, that's still an ongoing issue, how can we take care of that while we are in transition of a lot of different things related to the future of the Justice Center project? So, yes, Councilor Henry.
I want to pick up on where you're going with this because why RQAW, who's already done an assessment? Wouldn't it make more sense to go to a different firm that has fresh eyes on that building than one that's done one in the past?
Well, we thought of RQAW because they did do an assessment on the jail, whether it was constitutional or not, but they're not involved, they're not DLZ, right, who it could be considered as having a biased opinion on that particular building. Not saying that they would, but the perception would certainly be there. So RQAW has no dog in the fight, if you will. And so they are familiar with buildings and they're familiar with jails. And so it was our thought that they could provide us with an engineer's aspect of the needs of that HVAC system for that building.
It kind of gets at using a vet to continue to assess as well. I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, if we have the same firms making assessments of the building and it's kind of like bringing IDOH in to do a independent assessment of air quality. I mean, I would almost want, or I would hope to hear that we'd bring in some fresh eyes on the building that haven't been in that space before, maybe have different ideas. I think Councilor Crossley just painted a picture of, for example, how to maintain HVAC, either wiping the outside or cleaning the inside. I mean, there's very different views on how to go about that. I would just, it sounds to me that, when this is the second summer at least of, similar issues. We had the temperature spikes in the building. I mean, I've had different experiences shared with me by employees in that building that have not indicated things are better. Concerns about, everything from whether or not houseplants are causing this problem still in that assessment. I guess where I'm going is when you were out there seeking from the administration position a vendor to do work in a space like that, are these being put out for RFPs that are competitively judged, or are you just sole sourcing these based on a vendor
We're
list you
actually able to
use?
just choose because of the kind of service that it is. You don't have to bid it out. But we've not done anything yet. As the administrator, I've not requested anybody look at anything. We don't have any kind of contract in place. If you have another company that you would like for us to look at, please share that with us.
I wouldn't even offer that to say that I'd much rather see what an RFP kicks back.
I'm not doing an RFP on that. There's no need for that.
So why would that be?
Well, it's time consuming and it's not getting us anywhere where we need to be. And if we want to know the feasibility and the justifiability of putting in a new HVAC system, we just need someone who's professional, and we have that ability with architectural services. They do not have to be bid out or RFP'd.
I think also there might be security concerns as well.
Absolutely.
There's
for the
3
jail.
firms that do this kind of work in Indiana: Elevatus, RQAW, and DLZ. And if DLZ is already on the county horizon, then that leaves 2. And so that is not a tremendous wealth of choices. So I think given that option, our choices are already limited. And I think that my understanding is based on conversations with the sheriff. So I think that is someone else I'd like to have in the room if we are going to talk about, looking at other firms for this project.
Okay, well, thank you.
Councilor Woltz?
My question is also about the sheriff category on your sheet, and it says a Faro crime scene light, but when I looked that up, it's not a light. It's a scanner.
I can't speak to it. I can't speak to what the sheriff has put on there.
Okay. Is there anybody from the sheriff's department? All right, right, well, that would definitely, I'll reach out, I guess, because the description, when I look at, not just a light.
Document that was
It's
included.
doing a lot more than just light, which is probably expected for $71,000.
This might be one of those crime scene scanners where you put it down and it gives the 360.
But when you say one of those, I've never heard of that. But
Gotcha.
yes, that is
Yes.
the description I was reading, yeah.
They've been in existence for about, I think, 7 to 10 years by now. But yes, they're very handy.
Cool, what do they do?
They scan a crime scene and they establish the relative distances of all of the items on the crime scene to everything else. And so in addition, so if you take a photograph of a crime scene, you have no idea how far anything is from anything else. And so this basically gives you a 360 of the crime scene, and you can take it into court and use it as evidence. And so it's pretty neat. But it is very sophisticated. But yes, it is considerably more than a light.
They're also helpful for accident reconstruction.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go Deckard and then I'll go Liebert.
That's great.
Thank you very much. I had just several comments here, and let me pull it back up. I got lost. Number one, just an overall comment, is that one thing I appreciate about the list is in all the bonds I've looked at, bond lists I've looked at, I think this is the one that I've seen that has had the most investment, proposed investment around two areas that we don't always see. Number one, the Justice Building, and number two, parks. And I'm always happy to see Kelly Whitmer in any room. But it's good to see those two focuses, and I think there's a lot of attention on one more than the other, but the other in a positive way. One question I just have generally on the Gray Mark jail area, would this help prevent, I want to ask this for the public, would this help prevent what happened this last week?
No.
What more could we add to do that?
My understanding is we can't, but we should get a professional opinion outside of ours. But I was advised that the design of this particular facility, because the pipes and everything are between ceilings and floors, as opposed to going on the outside of a jail cell, we're not able to get the grinders and the treble hook in. I don't know if...
Yeah, the current design won't allow for that. As far as we've gotten right now is trying to use electronics to determine if we have an issue, like a flow switch of sort. Hey, this is going the wrong way, sets out an alert, and then you can get the water shut off faster and avoid it maybe spreading farther. But as far as installing anything into the waste lines to prevent debris from collecting, that debris will gather somewhere. It will empty out into the cell, and that cell is above court services, the judges' chambers, the courts. It's going to empty out in there, and I don't know a way around that.
The story, the wives' tell or whatever tell I hear is that it was some cigarette wrappers that went into the wrong place.
I actually have a picture of it, but it was actually like a bread sack or a commissary's bag that was full of e-cigarettes. So there's the lithium batteries, and I've been advised that no grinder would actually grind up those, even if we had a grinder. But the new cells have a way to stop it just before it even gets having to be ground. That was present. There was like clothing, I believe. You have anything else, Rich?
No, I saw a bread sack full of e-cigarettes. That's what I saw.
Okay.
I don't know. I know we're talking about the current jail, but it always makes me think about some of the tours we took at the new places and the fantastic things. My favorite part was actually walking behind the pods and seeing all the current technology and just simple things to permit this from happening. And if a cell did flood, there's now trough drains installed in the front. And it's just.
Better.
We gotta get there. Well, the reason I ask it is I was listening to the judge. I've listened to all the county employees that have given me all sorts of takes on this, and they're going through a lot, as you know, everybody is. But the thing that occurs to me is somebody with a bad, and I'm planting something that I'm not creating here. This is probably already out. Somebody with a bad week ahead just obstructs justice for an entire county, and we just sit here, and I've used this phrase in about 7 meetings this week. We sit here as usual as the pitiful giant. Oh, there's nothing we can do about this or whatever. A bag of e-cigs or whatever that is, I don't smoke e-cigs, but whatever that looks like has to be seen at some point. And I'm just wondering if there's not a multiple way to get at it. But overall, when we're looking at both the sheriff and the jail and the prosecutor area, and I've had a lot of calls about that, I sometimes wonder if the aggressiveness in the bond doesn't need to be even more. And what I would say is, I'm not doing your job. You all are doing that out there with others. But if we need to be doing more aggressive things in that building than not, and maybe, and I think I even said this last year after Councilor Crossley was talking, and maybe even on HVAC things, I don't know. I might put it there. I've gone in and watched the streams of water and the effort to not have it, but anything that could help with that around that building. The other thing I just wanted to say is, looking at the rest of this here, siren replacement, how many do you think that gets us to replace? Do you know that? By
I believe it's 7.
7? Okay. That one continues. I think we did 7 last year, right?
Correct. I think it's been 7 each year since 25, maybe.
Yeah, that one always preys on my mind a little bit because that either works when it needs to or not, and then we're all out there cleaning up afterwards, but people are living out there trying to figure it out. So I'm gonna stop. I've said enough, but if there's anything down the road that we need to be more aggressive on this, I think a Faro crime scene light is tremendous. I remember when Sheriff Swain was in office, it was a garage he wanted that we're gonna do some detective work in. But we are having real hand-to-mouth, kind of putting the bread down the throat kind of moments. And if we need to be more aggressive in that area with some of this, I wouldn't be offended.
I'll go Councilor Iverson and then back to Wiltz.
I want to talk about fleet vehicles. And I was really excited when I opened up that bid to see that the EVs were cheaper than the gas ones. Now, I have gotten in trouble before for trying to push EVs too fast and too hard in this county. So I would just want to ask, is the EVs are cheaper? Is that desirable in these departments?
You know, yes and no. I think some folks are a little more excited about them than others.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, these are great prices.
They are, and I think that is working with the departments to try to target, specific tasks where that vehicle makes sense.
I understand that. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks for including that. That made my day.
Good.
I already said I saw hands, so I will.
I was going to kind of change the subject a little bit.
I was going to follow up on the EV.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll EV and then I'll go back to Councilor Henry.
So I was thinking about the plug-in to charge them then. Do you have enough of those units to accommodate the new EV purchases?
Yeah, we could. But as part of our solar expansion, we're also installing chargers at several locations, a couple locations. We were going to install them at several locations, but learned otherwise that we can only put them in a couple. We're going to do some at the Youth Services Bureau, Showers Building.
So they'll be able to charge them once they get them, and then it'll be ready for the next day. I mean, that's the key,
Yes.
right?
Oh, yes. I mean, I imagine community corrections, you have the Johnson Hardware lower lot, maybe a pair of EV, or, a pair of EV chargers, or a single one that has dual charging capability, 2 fleet vehicles parked there overnight, ready to go the next day. They're going to jump in and do probably their around town things, nothing out of county,
So they can plug them back in every time they come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
Councilor Henry?
Thank you. Is Ms. Nibel still on? I think I saw her on there. Jamie had shared with me some additional detail about the sirens. Jamie, did you want to share that with the group, or I'm happy to if you're not on still?
And her hand up.
Yep, she's on. I see her hand raised. So we can promote her so she could.
Hello.
So we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, so we are actually working through phase 3 this week, and we should have all 7 finished this week and hopefully ready to go and screaming by our August 7th monthly test for phase 3. And so yeah, we'll be moving into phase 4. There are, let me see, I got my list in front of me. Yeah, we have several on this list that are, while all of these are currently working, there are some of them that are a little inconsistent. So we're trying to nail down the inconsistencies. Been trying to work with the vendor to remedy those, but it's, I don't know. I've been here 4 years and trying to troubleshoot for 4 years, and they are just a different animal. Every time they are inconsistent and don't sound, I send the vendor, and the next time we spot check them and they do sound, I can't explain it. So we've just put them on the list for replacement. I don't have actual quotes because I've been kind of trying to work through the vendor to get the quotes in hand before I send those off, so.
Thank you, yeah, Jamie. I'm good. I just want to make sure the body understood the context behind the grid there in terms of the quality and challenges we have keeping those up.
All right, Councilor Wilkes, it's your turn.
Yeah, the list puts us at a $6 million bond, and there's been discussion around what, are we changing how we do bonding and that. So I guess I was looking for some discussion around what we thought we were aiming for.
So I did the math. We are $43,900 away from the max.
Yeah.
So we're right up on it.
Yeah.
And so I think, but you're asking more of a philosophical question about just because we can, should we?
He knows me.
Do you have an answer?
Never have.
So I think Councilmember Deckard got us part of the way there, that when we are, to use his term, bread to mouth, that maybe we should be using this as a tool to be addressing those really high risk, high need situations instead of using it for, just different projects throughout different departments. But then the question is, I mean, how do you define those and who defines those? Because if you were to ask if you ask parks, these are all really important things, right? You ask the sheriff, these are all really important things. You ask the commissioners, these are all really important things. So I think that's where I come down.
Would you rank them the same way?
That's a good question,
A very good question.
and I hadn't thought about that. Is this a consensus ranking from the commissioners? Seems, sure, it makes sense. Yeah, I guess I don't know how much, like, I am hesitant to bond at our maximum capacity. That makes me very nervous. But I also, know we've got a lot of needs. So I guess I just wanted to see where other folks were landing on that.
Question I would also have for you guys is, are you interested in all of the projects that are here? I know that there's been some concerns regarding the elevator in a building that's
dead.
Yes, I also noticed low on the numbering.
Correct. Yeah.
And I wondered about the bidding, if they were bidding on that, or why the ThyssenKrupp new TK was chosen, because it's ranked 4th in elevator worldwide.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So there was a ThyssenKrupp elevator mentioned. TK.
I'm sorry, I'm not following. We have, there's an elevator for the Justice Building.
Right, and somewhere I saw there was a ThyssenKrupp mentioned.
Maybe the provider of the elevator?
Yes.
Service? Okay.
The elevator itself, right?
I presume. I got that from the sheriff's office.
I think on that note, though, like in terms of where I see the elevator, like ranked at, as opposed to like the showers, the cameras, the plumbing parts, like, because it's obviously taken us some time and will take time for us to get out of there. I would think that we would put some, like, that would be I guess I'm surprised to see that that is in the low end of priorities. And I do share the same concern as Councilor Wilson's, maxing out, going all jacked up. But I also understand that we have needs, but I also am looking to this going, if we have our really needs right now, what is on this list of priorities that could potentially go in another pot or not be worked on right now? I guess that's my that would be my concern. That would be my thing.
Not much, but I think that we could take the 60,000 out.
You're not,
Oh, sorry. I think we could take out the plumbing parts and fixtures. It's not a lot, but it's something. And absorb that in our cumulative capital fund.
I saw Decker, and then I'll go back to Iverson, and then.
One thing, with us being a 7-member body and we're down 1 right now, I almost wonder if you take the commissioner's priorities and you said, well, how did they rank these and what does that do to cost? If you simply remove the elevator, you get them down to a 3.5 bond. Now, I don't know if that's accidental or on purpose, but they've got 2 answers here. They've got a max bond and they've got the traditional 3.5. What's that mean for us? I think with a 7-member body, and again down 1, it might be incumbent on us as a council. I think we've done this one other time on a different project or ARPA or who knows what it was. But I almost think we need to rank these amongst ourselves and get to consensus number that sends the direction. I mean, a lot of us are talking about Justice Building. Others, we've not talked, we've talked about sirens. But to kind of see where all of these things fly, and again, I don't want to let we've not talked much about parks, but that is a nice investment there in a area facility that gets a lot more attention, is getting ready to get a whole lot more attention more. I almost think the council needs to do a ranking on this just so that we come out and match where the commissioners are. And from there, we could say consistently elevator makes it, or we need to be negotiating around the elevator.
Right.
Because it's, one thing is I kind of reject the whole argument, and I do this respectfully. I reject the whole argument. You got a building that you're not going to be in much longer, because I'm not convinced that we're moving too quick. And no one could accuse us of doing that. I don't mean to laugh, but sometimes if you don't laugh, you'll cry. The secondary thing is, whatever happens, we still own a building that has very peculiar needs and an elevator issue. So it might be that we need to kind of ration this out between us. This might be a vehicle device by which both bodies talk to each other on things that have also larger discussions at hand. Maybe we figure out where our priorities are, even with the bond.
Council Iverson and then Henry.
I'm just gonna be really quick. I really like the ranking, and this is an answer to your question, Ms. Purdy. But I think I would take away the block ranking, where most of parks are grouped together as like a single ranking. Most of the sheriff is grouped together as a single ranking. And if I were to go through and do it myself, I would just rank each line. I don't know. It's just personal preference.
Yeah, I think that.
We can do that.
Yeah.
I think I want to go back to something Councilor Bolt said and Councilor Deckard said just now. So this is what we do, right? We get to July and we start talking about this. We get in the budget cycle in September, and we haven't got a long enough runway to really think through what the long-term piece of this is. One thing that was brought up by Councilor Hawk last year, I remember, and I think Mr. Cockrell helped us understand it, is with the new bond capacity, right? That we went from, what I think Marty said once was a $1 million a year bonding to now the potential of $6 million a year, which means over time that, frankly, the Board of Commissioners could have $30 million of stuff over a 10-year period that you're working through, is not a small amount of money, right? Because you'll keep coming back $6 million, $6 million, $6 million. So that, when you think of our whole budget and how much money is getting moved in bonds to that oversight, I think we haven't sorted that out yet, right? Like, and so if we hit our max every year, I think was there not Ms. Turner King or Bree, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you recall with the bonding from year to year, like there's a cool off year or something in there? It's been a year.
Yeah. No, I'd have to look up specifics, but I know there's a cooling off period is what they're calling it with the new legislation. And so we have to bond over 5 years to kind of have a workaround, is my understanding. Now, I'm sure Ms. Turner King could probably elaborate on that, but that's my recollection.
So we could rack up 30 million over 5 years, take a year off, and then still be working to spend down on some budgets, right? Because we have residuals still from previous bond years that we're still picking up.
I mean, that could potentially happen if you guys choose to bond that high.
So Councilor Wilson, your point earlier, like that's where my heartburn is, of like just how much capacity we take in, and understanding that if Councilor Hawk was here, she'd say, that 2.9% total for the whole county, and what the city of Bloomington's doing right now and some of their activities pre-budget, consuming some of that percentage, something to think about. Councilor Decker, I like your idea of maybe individual scoring. Absent the criteria, I don't understand how we got to 1 through 9. You own a building. We do have to maintain what we have. Our scoring might look different based on a shared criteria for what we're doing with that space. I am personally concerned the more we talk about that building as a asset, and if we're not maintaining it and we want to put it up for sale someday, it might become more and more difficult that we haven't done the maintenance bones of it, to whatever that might be used for in the future, including our own use, if it's repurposed. So my scoring might look different, but that's because I might need the criteria, or maybe we can get to a point where we have a shared vision for budgets. I mean, I hate to say performance or outcome-based budgeting. I know they've tried that in the city, but we don't share that among electeds about things. What drives these discussions are department heads that bring things to the board brings it to us, but it's not a elected position that's guiding the community in a direction based on the public's interest at this point. But I'm up for rescoring it, but thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Thanks for the discussion that I requested. Love it. But now I'm going to jump back into this stuff. I have two items. First is a $70,000 plow for the airport, and I didn't see an estimate for that or
Didn't get one
anything.
from Carlos, so.
Any info? Just
nothing at this point in time from
okay.
them.
Okay. And then just because Kelly's sitting here, could we ask her to talk about stuff? Because I feel so bad. She's been here all night. You can tell us whatever you want. Doesn't even have to be about this.
That was a joke.
Just tell us a joke. That's awesome.
Is this on now? Yeah. What do you want to know about asphalt?
Mike, pull the mic, so, yeah, they don't have to turn it up so loud.
Seriously, ours is asphalt.
Yeah.
We haven't had asphalt renovation ever, like in 40 years. And the asphalt that we do have is paper thin. There's no base to it because it was just kind of put down one day. I literally don't remember how it happened. So even though all the large trucks that came for the project really did a number on it, it probably would have occurred in the next few years anyway, because our traffic volume every spring and fall especially, and in the summer, is tremendous. It is literally like going to an IU football game and then trying to get out bumper to bumper. Every Saturday we're bumper to bumper trying to get out of this place, and it makes no one happy, but it really doesn't make them happy when their cars are hitting. I've told my staff to start collecting the car parts. So we're doing that. And another thing is that we didn't expect is that it takes 3 of our staff every 10 days to go over it and try to correct it, which means they're not doing what they need to do other places, because now basically we have a pothole crew that I would rather have them doing other things. So it's asphalt. We either do it, we don't do it, we do some of it, or we rip it up and go back to gravel.
What's the GX Electric JD?
I do know what that is. The reason why I paused is that it's not the top of my list. It's an electric John Deere Gator for the Limestone Greenway. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but there's a lot of things that go with it. We don't know if we can charge it. We don't know if we have to get Cassidy Electric out to our little garage that we have. We don't know then, okay, everything else we have is gas and loud, because someone doesn't like the loud gate. The Gator's not that loud. It's the blower, it's the mower, it's everything else, but all that's gonna be gas. And then we have to store those batteries. I'm not opposed to it, I'm just saying, well, batteries blow up. And now we're putting it in a little garage that probably gets over 150 degrees in the summer. Anywho, not the top of my list, but I'm not opposed to electric things. But it comes with a cost. Nothing's just the $18,000.
Everson.
So first of all, congratulations on the ribbon cutting at Karst. That was 2 weeks ago.
It was.
Or so? So congratulations. Our very own Trent Deckard was there wearing a pink polo. That was nice.
He was the best dressed soccer player.
Always is. So I was looking at this list and I was thinking to myself, what is missing from this list? And an East Side Park is missing from this list. What investments can we make in our brand new lovely East Side Park?
Right now, we're fully funded and we're just fine.
Perfect answer. May it always be so.
So it's the Cars Farm Park asphalt problem. We either do it or we don't do it. It's not rocket science on this one. And I understand there's you have to say, wow, this isn't, a siren replacement. We understand priorities. Asphalt's not sexy, but it's something you need to have.
I was just out there, personally, I was just out there recently picking up a grandson and experiencing this asphalt you're talking about. I'm ready to say, yes, we need asphalt.
I have two things. First, I do see the value in investing in something that we've just invested a lot in and is going to, be supporting a lot of return in our community, as much as I see investing in something that's falling apart. And so, I wouldn't downplay it quite as much as you are. And I'm wondering, we have a sense of how much more expensive it would be if we did half this year, half next?
I've been here a long time and nothing is cheaper.
Well,
people ask me that all the time. How about if we pay for this next year? I said, well, fine, give me $10,000 more. That's how it goes with everything, every building, everything that Richard's doing. Every time you put it off, it's going up. It has never, in my opinion, has ever gone down. So, yeah, you can. That's fine to budget that way. It is what it is.
Yeah. I love working with you on budgets. It's just like it is. So fun.
And yeah, it's important, but it's not life or death.
But it also carries the hidden employee costs as well of the maintenance.
Yeah, the employee costs, the park board would have to come to a decision, we're not going to do this. We're going to go gravel, or we're going to have to do something, because we are not fully staffed. Bless you. We're not fully staffed for a variety of reasons, and we won't be fully staffed for a long time. So our crew's this big, and I have to prioritize restrooms, playgrounds, potholes are not as important as those items to make sure, but we would get to them when we get to them.
Well, and everybody that goes to the park experiences the asphalt.
Yes, we've been getting a lot of complaints.
Yes, exactly.
Consistently and constantly. It is, yeah. And I just tell them we don't have the money to properly fix it.
I'll go to Councilor Decker, and then because we still have two more items on our agenda to discuss, I think I want to come up with a proposal for council with this. So, Councilor Decker.
I'll just be quick. I always appreciate how Kelly brings things, and much like Kate said, the option to do it or not do it. But I will tell you this: I learned early in my council career here not long ago that I made the mistake of snickering one time when somebody was complaining about a condition on a soccer field at Karst, and I had about 20 parents read me they called me a few names, and some weren't Trent or Deckard, at the stadium. And I misread the usage on something that is highly trafficked. When you were joking, I'll say joking about going back to gravel, that is not an option for those folks. And as we do our whatever's coming out of President Crosley, we always got to be very cautious with this park, which I think Kate always says is the great equalizer on kids getting access to things they might not otherwise get access to. But by the way, those fields are beautiful, and I hope those kids know what they're doing on them, because I sure don't. But it is a reminder you can have nice things in a really old place that does good things. So.
Someday, maybe one of our kids will be in the World Cup. Who knows?
Okay, so council, because I think we've had a rather robust conversation of a lot of different things on here, and some folks might think of other things that could be on here, or we can change out the ranking and whatnot. Would you all, let's kind of chew on this, but not obviously too long, to kind of look at this, and then maybe we could come back to the drawing board and think of, like, our next meeting. I hate to keep pushing things to next meeting, because that is also August 11th, and it already sounds like tonight we have a lot on the agenda. Plus, Mother Crossley Kid has a birthday on that. I am volunteering my kids to county government. Just loving it. So that being said, would we can kind of look at this and make our rankings and potentially give it to, like, staff for a discussion, like, later on in August? Would that work for everybody? As we,
How late can you do asphalt?
Well, because I think you have to have.
For the following year?
Right.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But I'm just thinking, again, because it's getting a little late, and we have the other two, and plus, it's do we max out, or do we reprioritize this list and take some things off? Maybe work with commissioners to see if we could get some things in QMCAP, or maybe wait on some things. But I think that's something that we need to think about. Michelle.
You're talking about ranking, I think if everybody ranked, and then you would know where everyone stands with regards to priorities, and then that would probably dictate what your amount is going to be. So, okay.
So we can do that, and then maybe we can work together to figure out, like, when we should get our information to you all, like council staff, to kind of have it for a discussion. Again, I think we need to look at what we have on the docket for the August 11th.
Well, we also have the non-binding reviews, which is the review of the levies and the tax caps. So you're going to have a lot of stuff going on that night as well. But we've pushed things to both the August 11th as well as the 25th. I think either one is going to be.
Okay.
But we'll double check that.
Okay. So stay tuned. All right. Well, thank y'all very much for a lovely presentation, and feels like the Avengers of county government. So thank you very much. All right, next up, we added a couple of items to our agenda, and so this is item 9B, which is the discussion regarding the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, also known as LATCF. I like saying it. If you feel like I'm saying it, spell that word. So, Councilor Deckard, this is something that I'm going to look to you for, so take it away.
Thank you. And I don't need to read a motion, right, to just open a discussion. So, Council, I wanted to talk this evening, and I know it's late, but this is an important item that I wanted to begin the discussion on. I want to start it, Councilor Wiltz and I both. This is kind of coming from us. But I want to talk about specifically how the county might be able to best plug in to the Streets to Stability initiative. And we're joined this evening by Mary Morgan with Heading Home of South Central Indiana. I serve on the leadership team of Streets to Stability. In fact, we'll have a meeting at 7:30 tomorrow morning, right? because we like to do early morning meetings. But the importance of that meeting, and probably why the time is there, is that it does include heading home as part of it. It includes the city at the table. It includes Monroe County. Commissioner Madera and I typically are there. It also represents homeless service providers. We have IU Health there, the Chamber of Commerce, and other nonprofit and community partners engaging in a discussion about what we do for some of the individuals in our community who find themselves in a difficult situation that the community has had over the years, but not to the extent that we've had, or not to the extent that we've been able to solve this in a comprehensive way that makes sense, and not in a way that certainly speaks to the capability of everybody kind of pulling together and working together. And so just briefly, I'll say this initiative is built around a pretty simple premise. Rather than managing the notion of encampments or zones where individuals find themselves on the street but seeking and living, the community concentrates resources in areas at a time, whether that's a zone or an encampment, and most importantly, rapidly connects people to housing and provides support for them necessary for them to remain housed. And so the model that some of us have sat through, I'm trying to think, at least 3 or 4 of us have sat through some variation of the discussion when Clutch, and if I get any of this wrong, Mary Morgan, just wave me off, but Clutch, a consultant that's done this very successfully, sat down with a lot of, again, elected leaders, a lot of community partners to talk about how this might work, or how it has worked over a 2-day period. It was a very gracious amount of time. I was able to be there on the first day. I know some people were able to join for all of it. But essentially, the initiative that they're talking to us about focuses on one encampment or one geographic area at a time, spending 4 to 6 weeks approximately engaging people living in that area, providing up to 12 months of subsidized rent to eligible participants and housing support, and then pairing something that is necessary for all that to happen: case management, behavioral health, employment assistance, and other supportive services. And to do this, obviously it requires funding. And obviously we are all strapped on funding, whether we're looking at this budget that we're currently in or next year's. But as I have listened to this program, listened to this idea, as I've talked to Councilor Wiltz and thought about our options for what we might do as a county with something that is having some success out there, and I'll let Mary Morgan speak to all that, because I don't want to steal that thunder, how we might do it to demonstrate the county's buy-in to this, along with the other entities in the community that are being asked. How we might do it is, I am proposing, and I never get the acronym right, is that we consider strongly using our LATCF funding. That's local assistance, local assistance, tribal.
Local area.
Why don't you say it? You're saying it well.
Local assistance and tribal consistency. You had it, I'm sorry.
I had it.
You had it.
So late at night. But you use those dollars, which my understanding, talking to the auditor, is we've got to designate those by the end of 2027. Now, we don't have a plethora there. We have about $162,000. But that would be a good way for the county, in my opinion, that would be a good way for the county to buy into a program that is offering us something that I don't think that we're seeing. I'm gonna be real frank on that. And I don't know that we Friends are coming up with our own solutions on our own too well. I also know that we're not letting our situation remain as is clearly not an option. We heard at the opening tonight that for some of our in-house members, this temporary solution that they're pursuing is not in the long term working for the community. And so I would offer this as a thought, and I'll let others jump in, and we might want to just hear from Mary Morgan too, Madam President, but I wanted to open up this discussion.
Sure. I would welcome you, Ms. Morgan, to come and speak to what you are getting called to do. It doesn't matter.
Have a seat. Have a seat, yeah.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you, Councilmember Deckert, for your introduction, and I appreciate you all considering this request. I think you've all read in the media or received the press release from us about Streets to Stability, which, as Councilmember Deckert said, is a program that's been deployed in other communities, including Indianapolis. This is an opportunity that we have gained through our partnership with Community Solutions, which runs the Built for Zero program that we've been partnering with for several years. Built for Zero and Community Solutions are providing the consultants, Clutch Consulting, at no cost to us, and we've been working with them for several months. The program does include very targeted approaches to zones and/or encampments in a community with intensive work before people are housed to identify their barriers, 12 months of subsidy, and intensive case management during that 12-month period. So we put people on a path. When month 13 comes, they'll remain stably housed even after the subsidies end. We're leveraging the Heading Home resources to pull this off through the Community Foundation grant that they received through the Lilly Endowment last year. That's allowed us to deploy 6 outreach case managers that have already been working with people who are unsheltered. So these are people who are not going to Wheeler Mission, not going to Friends Place, not going to any other shelters, but they are sleeping in encampments, sleeping in their cars, sleeping on the streets. We have those case managers that we're prepared to deploy for this new initiative because those goals align, where both of them are targeted towards addressing unsheltered homelessness. We're also using the resources through this Lilly Endowment and Community Foundation grant. We have a position that does landlord engagement and has been working with landlords to try to bring them into the fold and partnering with us. It's going to be a little bit, challenging because there are constraints that are in place that I'm sure you're aware of that many people who are unsheltered experience that prevent them from getting into housing easily. So we feel that it's an incentive to have a guaranteed 12-month income at a time when there's some softness in the rental market. We also have some funding that would provide some incentives, maybe an extra first month's rent or deposit, as incentives to house people that they might not otherwise house, and also having those points of contact with a case manager that's working on stabilization, as well as our own Heading Home resources, gives some confidence to landlords that I think is going to be successful in bringing them to the table. So one of the things that Community Solution has done for us is to provide a $350,000 grant to start this initiative, and then additional funds that were matching funds. So what we are hoping to find from our community partners are some additional resources so that we can not only just do this first phase, which will house 10 to 12 people, and we'll start that in August, but additionally the entirety of our unhoused residents here, which will be a multi-year venture, and we estimate 150 to 160 people are currently not living in shelter. So this is a big initiative. We're taking a risk on it. We are really grateful to the partnership of the county, which has supported, through time and resources, efforts to address homelessness. It's a complicated problem, as you know, and we're just going to try something different and look forward to partnering with you. And I'll answer any questions you might have, or happy to come back and give a more detailed presentation if you like.
I'll take a point of privilege. Thank you, and thank you for the work that you continue to do. I know it's not an easy task. I'm curious to know what's the city of Bloomington, like, have they been given the same presentation? Like, what's their thoughts on, this type of initiative as well?
So the administration is supporting it. The mayor is part of the leadership team that Councilmember Deckert and Commissioner Madeira are on. We've been talking to them we've had the same conversations. They are also looking at some options for funding, and I'm planning to go to the city council just to give a presentation at some point soon. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Well, I have some questions, but I want to start by thanking my colleagues, Councilmember Deckert and Councilmember Wiltz, for bringing this important topic up in an especially timely manner. We heard just 5 days ago, that the commissioners have started the process of eviction on one of our encampments. And so I thank both of you for bringing this forward. I have two questions for you. First of all, does this involve a contract with the county, or is this certainly just something that you're looking for funding?
We have no formal arrangement at this point. If the county wants us to explore that, we'd be happy to, if you want some kind of MOU or some other kind of agreement, happy to do that. At this point, we are just exploring funding opportunities because we can't do the initiative beyond the first phase if we don't have any funding from community partners. And typically in other communities where this approach has been used, the city and the county are the first in. They're not the only in, but the consultants have never seen a community, the business community, for example, step up without leadership from the government, the local government.
Can I ask a question? Mike, and maybe this is getting into your presentation, so if I'm stealing the
Steal
thunder.
away.
All right. What is the timeline here? When do you need funding by? When is phase 1 over? When do we get into phase 2? All that jazz.
Yeah, we are starting phase 1 in mid-August. That terrified look on my face is, we are going to be starting in mid-August with, we're not calling it a pilot, but really it's a way for us to get sea legs as we try to work through the process and just figure out like what's working here, what's not, what we need to adjust. It'll take about 4 to 6 weeks. And at the end of that time, we will have 10 to 12 people housed, and we will have them starting work with our stabilization case manager. Beyond that will depend on the resources that we can garner. Honestly, that's really the biggest thing.
Councilor Henry.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in and sitting through all that meeting to have this conversation. And thank you, Councilor Deckert, for bringing it to a formal setting in our discussion. You said the number current was 160. Was that the number I just heard?
We estimate 150 to 160 unsheltered.
And then just doing math in terms of how the program works, the first tranche of 15?
10 to 12.
10, 12.
350.
And cost of that effort for that initial?
350.
Okay, so just doing the math into 160 over years. Like, if this takes off and works, I mean, there's a sustainment activity, right?
That's right.
Right. That's helpful for me to understand a little bit of it. I think the merit is there, and I think for me, it's not really a question of your presentation or discussion. It's more about where the money comes from. So if LATCF is a one-shot, like if that's an opportunity to kickstart, but then we have a sustainment model. I think of like the way we fund like Centerstone, for example, like $250,000 a year. They come to us every year in that budget line. How we get something sustainable, and so it's like one way this goes is we kick it off and then we that's it from us, right? Another is to say if we're baking it into the general fund as a no different than contracting with a vendor to do that work on our behalf as a government, what sustainment looks like. And so my mind goes right there. This is really in the weeds, but at this hour, but it's really what that fund was meant for, you know, in the context of ARPA. And I know we didn't sit in that time frame because it didn't have a date on it that we had to use it by. So this is just me thinking out loud right now about short-term, long-term. So for me, I just need a little bit more info on the nature of the LATCF, how it sat for a few years, and maybe this is more of a general fund conversation. I think ahead, that's all. This is just back of a napkin thinking right now. So it has nothing to do with the merit of the program or its value. It's mostly just how we move money around county government. It is a service we're delivering year in, year out to get that 160 to 0. How we can be a good partner in the long term for that.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Well, I just want to say thank you for being here. And I think this program and this conversation have been months and months in the making. So I'm really excited to be talking about this even. And it's such an innovative approach, at least in our community, that I wanted us to be able to have a public discussion around the program and giving it kind of that boost that it needs at the beginning. And it's more than just the dollar amount, and because as Mary pointed out, the government support, the government show of support is critical here. And as we all know, we own property that has a huge liability right now with the unsheltered homeless population. And the future of those people is not just a concern for us broadly, it's a concern for us specifically. And I think that I very much appreciate the long-term concern, and I've been thinking about that as well, and I've got some ideas that are way too crazy even for me to be talking about out loud quite yet, but I don't want to let the lack of that long-term impede our ability to show support in the short term. I guess that's really my point.
And I see the auditor has her hand up because my next question is, what's next?
Sure. So I'm not sure if it's been discussed between council and commissioners or at all, but I'm wondering if there's an appetite for obligating the opioid funding. That is, where settlement agreement, so where the county is scheduled, the schedule has us receiving funding through 2038. So that gives us some time and some funding to consider if there's an appetite for that. And the uses are appropriate.
Well, essentially right now, like in the long term, we can use the LATCF. I'm just gonna keep doing it like so much fun. So we could use that and then maybe think of, like in the long, grand scheme of things, could think about other, of other ways as well. Because also with this being said, we can talk about this, but this is much like ARPA, where we can have the conversations, and now the pressure is to be put on, with commissioners to get on board with this type of project, because we can appropriate the funds, but ultimately the contract and everything lies within them. So, that being said, that just made me have another question. Are you going to be talking soon with the commissioners about this great project initiative?
Jody is, Commissioner Madeira is on the leadership team. And I have had conversations with Commissioner Thomas as well. I have not talked to Commissioner Jones. And I'm happy to give a presentation to them at a future meeting as well. My sense is that they are supportive of this. I wouldn't want to speak to them.
I know we got folks online. I'm not saying that they need to go over over and to your meeting and whatnot, but I'm just curious because we're having this discussion, and so this is something like, you know, one can't do one without the other, so it's almost like, how do we proceed? How do we, you know, move forward with those things? Council?
Well, I will say that to the auditor's original question, Councilor Deckard and I did send an email this past week, just offering to work with the commissioners on this idea, and indicated that we would be having this discussion tonight in the hopes that we could do something together. I really do think this is an opportunity for us to collaborate and be jointly in support of a really positive thing. But specifically, I mean, we asked Mary to come, so that's why she's here. And I think a next step certainly is for us to follow up on that email and let them know that how this discussion went, and see what they would like to do in terms of the next step for engaging with heading home on this. We felt there was a little bit of urgency given the start of the program, the amount of time it takes for us to appropriate anything, and wanting to see some continuity from that phase one, give them the ability to be thinking about phase two. So, go ahead.
I was just going to add, I appreciate also, I've had many good discussions with Commissioner Madera about it. She's on the leadership team, and no one's thrown anything down the hallway at me saying no on this. But I echo where Kate's at. I think we're at an urgent place where communities are, with expert guidance, such as Mary Morgan and our friends at Clutch, making decisions to start charting pathways to try things that are just, they just have to work better than what we conventionally have done, which is sometimes in the counties kind of set and say, I don't know, this is new to us. We've never done it. I think we have to go beyond it, and this is extremely innovative in that way. And so I'm grateful to Mary Morgan being here late and keeping us moving.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
So, you know, this came out in the commissioners' meeting on Thursday, that the clearing of the Thompson property was kind of an issue because there was the commissioners are taking 2 weeks off. The next 2 meetings are canceled. And so a conversation with the commissioners is going to have to wait for another couple of weeks, unless at least to do it in a public meeting. And so in my mind, us talking about this is very much related with Thompson property. Should it be? Am I linking those? Because in my mind, those folks need to go someplace, and it seems like this is a solution, maybe a partial solution for some of those people. But is that a bridge too far?
I will say that Clutch advises us not to identify publicly the places that we're going to target or address until after we've housed people there.
Okay.
There are a couple of concerns. One is just that people either will leave because they don't want to engage with us, or that more people will come because they know that a particular area is going to be have an offer of housing, which I would love to be able to do it all at once, and we just don't have the capacity to do that. So the other thing is just community members, well-intentioned, going to a site when we're trying to work with people and causing some challenges.
Understand.
Yeah. So, but to your point, there are significant number of people at the power line, the Thompson property, and one way or another, they will be in our community and very likely unsheltered, and so we will be working with them at some point. So it's just not, I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but
you are.
Our our goal is to, over time, address all of the unsheltered residents that we have.
Yeah.
It's just that we're not making that public before we actually do a site.
I understand.
Oh, Councilor Henrys.
I guess to Councilor Iverson's point, the calendar isn't in our favor for that urgency with the Board of Commissioners with their current schedule, given their, and understanding that there's some concerns about, I guess, privacy is the word I'll use, about the nature of the work. I would, for one, benefit from a more formal presentation of what Clutch does. I appreciate that my colleagues might be a little more steeped in it, having worked with you meetings, to better understand that, because clearly there's a nexus of a county urgency on one location or encampment versus the success factors that this organization may have, frankly, might be looking at somewhere else. I don't know that. We can't say that because we just understood that there's some capacity here. I could definitely benefit from
I'd be happy to.
presentation if we have it. If I understand August 11th is getting awfully packed, there's that urgency. It might be beneficial.
I'm curious, I did not watch the commissioners meeting, and I know that the next two meetings are canceled. Are they gone from town? Would still be working with them, perhaps? No, I know not formally. I was wondering if there was a reason given at the meeting, that's all.
From my understanding, they don't have quorum, and so for the next couple of weeks, they're just gonna be
It wasn't
like
specific.
claim dockets, or that type of approval. But Commissioner Thomas is online, so I don't know if she wanted to
I don't,
address
yeah,
that.
we don't have to put people on the spot. If she wants to, that's great. But we can certainly reach back out and perhaps start the appropriation process and adjust in case, like we've done with things before, just so it's advertised and so that we can move things, at the speed of molasses, as my mom always said.
Well, the only other thing that I would add, and I see her hand raised, but I'll finish this and then I'll go to Commissioner Thomas. Maybe it would be a good idea for the both of you to use their public comment time. And I know that there's been emails, but I guess in order for us to really get this out to the public, to really express the sense of urgency and, to really see how we can get on board and everybody collaborate and do something together, maybe that would be a good, thing to have. So that's just a food for thought. And I saw Commissioner Thomas' hands was raised, or hand on Teams was
And
raised.
just one.
Just one.
I just
Hello.
raised one. Hello. So I think the discussion about our schedule is kind of a moot point because you haven't advertised this either. So it's your next meeting is 2 days before our next meeting. So we're not that far off. It's not a big deal. But I think we need some real clarity on opioid money versus the remainder of the ARPA money. My understanding is this pot of money has to be spent by December of 27. It's that little pot of money that gives us a little extra time, if I remember that correctly. So I think that's the big question. And I think for me, my concerns after talking to some folks in the community is what happens in year 2 for the folks who were helped initially, and how does this program actually work? And I think that what I need to do is have a phone conversation with Ms. Morgan. She's going to be on the phone a lot, or Teams or something, to have some of my questions addressed as well. And that can be done before we have our next meeting. So we need direction if we're going to put it on our agenda. What fund is this coming out of? And what is this going to look like? So thank you so much, everyone. And this is my 4th meeting while on vacation today. Thank you.
Enjoy. Sorry. So I guess to answer the question about, because we kind of briefly touched about this special type of funding at the joint meeting that we had, and it was almost talked about that this is something that should possibly come out because ARPA, we are literally about to go into month 8 of the year, which is insane. And my understanding with ARPA is we couldn't really, with the remainder of things, it's really helpful for us to finish out or give money to some of those projects. We can't really like start a new initiative, and technically this would almost be like that.
So just, if you don't mind me clarifying just a little bit. So this is separate from it is ARPA funding, but it's LATCF, so it's separate from the other ARPA funding. So this doesn't have to go into a plan. We simply have to spend it on appropriate governmental expenses, which this definitely falls into that category. The other piece of information I want to share is that we still have to report on this, and it's still federal funding. So we need to, proceed with caution and make sure we're, keeping good records. The reporting portal for this funding only goes through the end of 2027, which is why our experts have pushed for us to obligate and expend by that point, just to be very cautious. So we think that would be best. Even though we haven't seen a firm deadline, that is what they're advising. So I'd like to stick with that if possible. So yes, it would be great if we could obligate and proceed with a plan for this.
Okay. So it sounds like Ms. Morgan, you and Commissioner Thomas will be getting on the phone and talking here soon before things get added to their agenda. And it sounds like from maybe explaining or like listening to all of us, there's definitely some interest there to, work on this initiative. And then again, major thank you to being here tonight and presenting that to us, and our colleagues here, Councilors Deckard and Wiltz, for bringing this to the attention, because in the grand scheme of things, our federal governments are not really helping with a lot, and state isn't either with some of the things that they're doing, but we have to, help us help ourselves, because who's going to save us? So that's, I think that's been my chant for the day, is who's going to save us. So I think that's it. So I appreciate that. Any other things any updates, feel free to, use our public comment or, come chat with us at our next few meetings that we have coming up.
All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night. All right. Moving on to the last agenda item is also something that we added, which was item 9C. So, oh God, okay.
So I think this is just
Okay,
Molly.
so yes, so ding, it is sleepy time. And so because we did we did add item 9C for this. I know Ms. Turner King has some things that she wants to talk to us about.
So earlier today, I sent the council a memo on the special purpose tax, and in that memo, it discusses, I want to draw your attention to specifically item 3, which is a notice component. In reviewing statute 6.3.637.5, it reads, if a county adopting body makes any fiscal decision that has a financial impact to an underlying local taxing unit, the decision must be made and notice must be given to the affected local taxing unit by August 1st of the year. For the special purpose tax, the underlying impacted taxing unit is the county. So it does seem weird that the county would give the county notice. But as a precaution, I am going to recommend that council direct the auditor's office to send notice to the Board of Commissioners that provides the council is considering changing the special purpose tax, that the change includes potentially increasing the rate from the current rate of 0.03 to a rate not to exceed 0.25%, which is the maximum allowable per statute, and that the change to potentially increase the rate would occur before October 31st. So this allows the council to continue moving forward and evaluating that rate, and then if you do decide to adjust it, we have the precautionary step of giving notice, because I would rather give notice and not need it than find out we didn't do it and it be required.
Okay. So, yes, Councilor Iverson.
Does that require a motion or simply consent of the council?
The safest way is to do a motion to direct the notice be sent prior to August 1st.
Okay. Council, I move to direct the county auditor to notify the Monroe County Commissioners that the county council is reviewing the special purpose tax lit as in the language recommended by Ms. Molly Turner King that she just talked about.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to send notice to commissioners to talk about this. Is there any further comments or questions on this item? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
I think notifying ourselves is insane, and I really appreciate you.
And for clarity, the notice is just sent by email, so this is not a cost burdensome requirement. So we're going to email ourselves.
No, I just think it's crazy, and I think it's perfectly lovely that you thought of it, and I appreciate you.
Government working. Okay, any other questions or comments on this? All right, seeing none, I'll move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, we can do a voice vote. So all those in favor of the motion that was presented signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Excuse me, I choked on. Okay, motion, sorry. Motion carries. All right, and now we come to the final conclusion of the night, which is county councilor liaison updates and comments. And I am going to ask that we keep it brief because it's been a long night. But actually, it's been necessary. Like conversations have been like there have been lots of discussions that have been had that have been really helpful. So I'm gonna look to my left and just go ahead down the Soul Train line of county council. So Councilor Feidel, you're up next.
So I don't have too much to report. I'll be real brief. So just a couple of DBI meetings, both with the membership itself and the board in the past few weeks, and then some pre-budget meetings with different liaison assignments, and that's kind of wrapped up my life for a little while.
Yay.
Just been chilling. No, I have no official anything to report right now. Thanks.
You've done pre-budget.
I'll be
Go for it.
I'll just be really quick. Two quick things. I have the privilege of being our rep on the Monroe County Women's Commission. The Women's Commission had a meeting, I believe it was a week and a half ago, or maybe it was last week. And one of the things that came out of it, in addition to considering the potential for recommending a health and all rubric for us policy makers to use, was some discussion around a presentation that came from some SPIA students related to capturing community survey data on where we're at and how people find themselves around healthcare, barriers, all these great things. And I'm hopeful that someone from either the Women's Commission or the students can come and make that presentation to us. I think it'd be pretty beneficial. I think it would back up a lot of what we all see out there, that folks really struggle around healthcare and other needs. So I'm going to work on trying to get a version of that for us, because I think it'd be incredibly informative. Second, we've had a theme with that and with this evening about dignity of life, no matter where you're at in the community. And I think that's just the reality where the county is in 2026. And I took a meeting with, I know Councilor Henry did as well, some community members that are extremely concerned about rental rights and just dignity around where you live, whether it be in the city or the county. Folks still expect to have dignity of life around their safety, their services, and other things like that. And the county in 2026, I think, can offer those things. And so I'm sure some of you others will be contacted as well, but it was one of the most moving meetings I think I've ever taken. And when you get the request to hear about some of the rental concerns that folks have and quality of life and living in this community, I would urge you to take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Iverson.
So I think what I want to talk about tonight is the coming 2029 changes, which is going to move us from property tax to income tax. And the idea that now the state wants us to have a must meeting and that we're supposed to be setting rates for other taxing units. And I think what a lot of folks are really focusing on, particularly in the presentation we received from AIC, was about kind of the nuts and bolts about how it's going to work and kind of the steps that we need to take. But I've been having some meetings with some people, and I think really what's getting lost in a lot of that analysis is just how much this change is going to hurt our libraries. Just how much this change is going to hurt RBB and MCSC. Just how much this change is going to hurt our township trustees. And if we don't pay attention to what we're doing, this could have profound impacts on other taxing units. And so I want to be really bright-eyed about this as we're moving into August, because a lot of responsibility has been put on county councils to make these decisions. And there is a heavy weight that's been put upon us. I also want that the supposed benefits of this are really not great. That what the state government is essentially telling us is we need to make decisions that are going to hurt some of our key community assets. And in response, people are going to get a couple $100 of tax breaks. I think we're really getting the wool pulled over our eyes here. And I'm really worried about it because, and I'm gonna wrap up here, but the thing that's happening right now is that a war of choice across the seas means that our gas prices are going up, that our grocery prices are going up. And now we're being told by the state that we're going to be severely impacting a lot of our key community institutions at the same time that we're losing a court, at the same time we're losing pretrial release, at the same time we're losing our specialty courts, at the same time we're losing dollars that goes towards rapid rehousing, and the list goes on and on. We are losing a lot for not very much gain. And I think people are going to start to realize that as we're getting closer and closer to 2029.
Thank you, Councilor Iverson, for that. I remember during last year when we were talking about the great tax cut that was coming. I compared it to something like a Polar Pop a day, which is roughly what it is. It's like $300, right? Yep. Just line them up on the desk. That's your visual
for the year.
For the year. You know, and the trade-off in all public services on the other end of that ledger is difficult. Yeah, and so, you know, I want to maybe just not, I just want to say one thing, I guess, that's kind of connected to a lot of things that happen here tonight, and it's been opined on, is that, you know, my approach to all of this comes from a place of, are we getting the most out of our tax dollars that come into this building? And are we driving that conversation from being duly elected officials that were put here to do that, or is it being driven by other forces? You know, the irony of what you just said, or what will hit this desk in a month, is whether or not down to the department level, our own government is understanding that these things are changing. Because budgets come at us and it's pretty much, you know, here's the department, here's what it wants what it had last year plus a certain percent, as if all this stuff isn't happening, right? And I appreciate there's a survival there. They're looking at their staff, they're looking at COLA, they're looking at all that. But to get to a place where, you know, are we funding the values of our community? Are we prioritizing the things we've heard here tonight? And the role that we have in this moment, are we able to work with what the state has done on our back? That stuff is what drives my sometimes very sharp views on this. I just come at it in a profoundly different way than others, and I appreciate that that's where I'm at. So to the extent that, you know, sharp elbows are thrown, I apologize for that, but it's coming from this absolute place that we have to use these dollars for the best possible way we can. And that gets to, you know, what I will say in just a second, that, yeah, Councilor Deckard and I had an opportunity to meet with Hoosier Action, which is a group that does this advocacy work on behalf of all sorts of communities in our state. And I understand the Herald Times is going to be reporting on this as well, but I tend to continue to have that dialogue that we got to experience, Trent. It is a golden moment for the county to lean in on protecting those renters in our county that have nowhere to go when the landlord has wronged them. You know, or we don't have mechanisms for that. We have a page and a half of ordinance on the books in this county that empowers the health department to make those determinations. And if they can't find mold, that is the end of the rental dispute. And we all know that rental disputes are more than just mold damage, right? I mean, landlord-tenant relations, building inspection, all of it. We are grossly behind where the city of Bloomington is on this, to the detriment of hundreds of renters in our community. And I'm at least encouraged that there is clearly a spirit of change coming, and it started in May. One of us gets to lead it on the other side of the building. But I think both of us are in the direction of that we must do some more, and we need to do it with the budget that is available and squeeze every nickel out of it to make some of these changes in people's lives. And I look forward to joining anybody on that effort at this table. Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, you're welcome. And to that respect, I think I'm the only renter that is on county council. And literally my street is half city, half county. And some of us they're taken care of with respect to hand, and some of us they're not. And I think that's something that I think about every day when I drive to one half of my street and enter, you know, in the other half. And so I think about that. And also with my like years of housing background, some of the things that, you know, tenant landlord relations, yeah, I think y'all brought up a good point. Who do you talk to when you're at odds about something in your house? And it's, you know, it's their word against the tenant. And so I think we've seen in the community in which, you know, bodily harm has been done to folks as a result of not having proper inspections, like smoke detectors. So that's definitely something to consider and to think about. And I haven't been contacted yet, but I welcome having that conversation because I think it's worth having. On a lighter note, I will say, as we think about Tuesday, this is our last Tuesday before MCCSC kids go back into the world. So, and I think RBB also goes as well too, but for me and mine, we go to our MCCSC, and so I'm thinking about folks having patience and adhering to safety guidelines because the yellow buses are coming back, whether you like it or not. And also on another note, we have a great tradition that has come back, and it's coming back for the second year in a row, and it is the Taste of Bloomington that is coming. And for the second year in a row, we're gonna get some nice weather. So be kind, be nice, take Ubers, walk, because I definitely have walked a lot, and enjoy the upcoming week and weekend. And with that being said, I thank you all for your time, and we are adjourned.